Welcome back, everybody, to the EGFC CSGO. This is week number 12 of play here in Collegiate Counter-Strike. I'm Time to Light. Joined alongside me is Viking, and it's Villanova versus DePaul, a new riser up against the top dogs here in the EGF. What are your takes here, Tyler?
I'm pretty excited to see this. We've seen Villanova has done very well over the last couple of weeks. They've put out pretty convincing numbers against some pretty difficult teams. You saw that tie against Marquette last week, which we kind of billed as the match of the week, and I think rightly so. They ended up not only tying in maps, but also in rounds one on either side. They blew out Montana in week 10 all the way 2 weeks back, which feels like forever ago. And before the end of the split, they were doing pretty well. We saw them up against teams like UConn, one of those top three teams that have really developed over the course of the fall semester coming in. Same situation as a tie. So they're right up there with the top four, but their standings so far just haven't really solidified the way that we kind of hoped everybody would. You've seen Villanova trading with Marquette and UConn, a couple forfeits leading to some sort of misleading stat lines there. But overall, I mean, DePaul remains undefeated other than that one map to Marquette. So I'm expecting a pretty good match here.
I'm hopefully looking for one as well. Now, our first game is Villanova and DePaul, and a brief note, we are starting on Inferno. Now, I don't know your opinions on Inferno. I have a few notable ones, but I will keep them to myself because this is a very often played map here in the EGFC, to understate the obvious. But I want to get your takes. What are you expecting out of this match? What are you expecting out of this map specifically? Do you have any original thoughts at a bare minimum?
I think that we've talked with a lot of teams in their post match, and you can see in the pistol, like, already teams playing kind of standard setups, and that's what a lot of what this has been. It's usually been a contest of which team can be more aggressive and sort of take the wind out of the sails of their opponent. And especially on the CT side, if you can get into that mode of play where you're able to bully the other team down mid, keep them stuck at T ramp, keep them stuck in alt mid, any of those types of strategies have worked really well in the past for teams like Marquette, like UConn, DePaul, as we've seen here. And this is, I mean, like, this pistol round's in a bit of a disarray with things kind of going all over the place. And like, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Like, I want to see that change up. I want to see some atypical things. But DePaul just coming out and again, just kind of showing why they're on top right now.
Clean pistol round to start for them. Nice opening kill as well. I appreciated that from Sec. They immediately backed away after finding it, not really needing to play over aggressive in that conversation. And they start as expected with a round victory. Now, on paper, this is a very good looking series for DePaul. Let's not understate the obvious. They're looking significantly better than Villanova, albeit it's only 4 games between them, but that's 4 whole games, and DePaul has lost 1 whole map all semester. Correction, all year.
Yes, all year. They have a very impressive record overall, and for good reason. We've seen them time in and time again, basically in any scenario against all teams. It's kind of hard to figure out exactly what it is about Marquette that's been their kryptonite, because it was a similar situation last year with DePaul maintaining that kind of um, supremacy in their general approach to the game, and obviously the results showing that. So this case, we're waiting really to see if Villanova is able to kind of take that next step up into those top two or top three. As you mentioned, there's only a couple maps that really separate all of these teams. It's six total between Marquette, who fell to fourth place, and DePaul in first with 17 plus. So I think that all of these teams are like right in it, but I think what we found is over time with all of these different individual matchups, like UConn versus Villanova or Marquette or any of those mixes and matches, there seems to be just like a moment in those games where like nobody's giving up, but you just kind of get a sense that one team is gained the upper hand and they're able to really leverage that through to the end. We've had a couple that have traded back and forth. We've had some kind of surprising results from some of our newcoming teams. RIT being one of the teams that I think has seen a lot of improvement from the fall coming into the spring, especially. But across the map, I mean, there's a lot of different circumstances that on any given day, like it's Counter Strike, right? So somebody has an off game, you can really see pretty significantly different results as just a circumstance or a consequence of all of those things happening. And I think Villanova especially has
What is
been,
going on in chat?
one of those places. I don't know. It's probably
Never
best
come
not
into
to
my
look.
crosshair again, buddy. Big mistake.
Oh, jeez.
What in the... Okay, this is when we go ignore MSG and... Wait, I can't do it. Oh, no, I can't do it.
That's okay. They're back in again now, so it
no.
doesn't even matter.
Oh, okay. Good night.
All right,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this guy's nuts. Somebody check his computer, because that was kind of... And Def, oh, the smoke doesn't pop in the Molotov as he expected, so he was kind of seen before it bloomed, and he dies because of it. It's a pretty good start for Villanova overall. There was a bomb plant the previous round, so obviously their money looking a little bit better, and they have now picked up an extra rifle, which means an A-sided take is basically an impossibility, but B-side a little bit more likely, not if internet gets dropped from behind by Sack.
That was a really difficult cross just because you could see that the smoke didn't quite make it into the cross area. They're not expecting Chris coming up from Banana, so all three of these DePaul players starting to come on, and it's really down to Restroom and whether he can hold this out. You can see that Kwani is trying to get an angle, and the double spray almost gets him, but isn't enough for that. But luckily, Kwani on that that come around the flank finds that, and that's a great answer from Villanova. I was not sure what to expect when you see the second round bye. Obviously, it can work out really well sometimes, but you never know. It's DePaul, right?
Hey, DePaul always a conversation point of, well, any weapons they have in their hands, whether it's USPs, Deagles, or just ops across the board, which, by the way, we've seen before. It can work. Now, Villanova at this point, I would suggest a little bit more hesitancy towards aggression, because Chris, well, can almost do that to you. A headshot would have been quickly, but luckily Kwani is able to clean up, and Villanova keep that open and kill. The problem is, look at all the damage they've taken. 70 damage onto both Restroom and Tyler. Kwani is down at 50. You're looking at 170 damage between three players. That's not looking good if you're up against pistols.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that they've kind of figured that out. I mean, obviously you can see they're taking their time here. They know that DePaul is going to be on that eco. They know they've heard the shots from EGF at this point, so they know there's a scout out there, which means there's three players that can go down to a single scout shot at this point. And they're just kind of playing, looking for picks. And DePaul, right now, at least for the time being, content just holding back a little bit and waiting for people to walk into those crosshairs, like we were seeing that chat spam earlier. And that's all they really need. You can see Def just take out Restroom there because of that great play and looking the wrong direction. They lose Tyler, and now there's two rifles on the board. Well, 1.5, I guess, if you think about the scout as the one shot for DePaul, and that might be all they need.
That's a good adjustment from Chain, though. This becomes a little bit more of a possibility. Yif apparently doesn't shoot. Second time does, but both of those two shots miss. A follow-up on internet, not so much. The headshot will land, making this increasingly possible for DePaul. Time's ticking off that clock. There is only 15 seconds. The bomb is well within their grasp. The problem is both of these avenues of attack are well and truly occupied by DePaul. Now it's down to Sack in a 1 versus 2. Deagle in hand, both players are around the neighborhood of 50 HP, so a possible single body shot certain, but it would have to be close range, and that's less than likely considering the distance that Villanova is keeping.
Yeah, and I like that Villanova is very wisely playing back. They're not taking any chances. They're not giving up any free kills. They're content with just holding the angles, and that's exactly what they should be doing. Zach looks like he's just going for that. Galil does find the AK, so they're potentially going to find some value out of it, but with the bomb ticking down, he's really got to rush to make sure that he gets outside of that blast radius. Looks like he'll get there without too much trouble. I don't know if the same is true for Villanova. Kwani able to survive with just 11 HP. That makes me a little bit nervous because it seems like sometimes our teams forget that there's quite a bit of distance that they have to put between themselves and the bomb to survive that. And we've seen a couple teams fall victim to that.
Who would have thought explosives explode?
It's a tough thing to deal with.
No. Sack just got left click in the back. You got to feel bad for the guy. Chris, the dealer of damage in that conversation. DePaul have lost back-to-back rounds after winning only the pistol. Sack's saved over AK will give them a higher likelihood of possibility of winning this round, especially with that opening kill into Kwani, who loses the opening gunfight this time, and a follow-up from Yif. There's a Restroom down, almost finding another. Doesn't even do damage, but I think he's pretty happy with what he's done, and he'll even do a little bit more. His internet will be dropped almost, so will Tyler.
Yeah, that's kind of the worst case scenario for DePaul's for Villanova's strategy there. Chris coming in for the flank just cleans up so quickly with that 3K. I mean, that's disaster for Villanova, and I think the lesson they've got to take away from that is expect that Yif is going to be in mid, Yip or Def, depending on who's got what at the time. And they're going to continue to abuse that. So there needs to be significantly more utility. I thought with the amount of money that they had that we would have seen a lot more flashes and smokes and things like that. But it seemed like they were content to just kind of deal with that. Miss Molly from Breezy might be all that they need to find that opening. They are going to be able to get close enough to find that opening, kill onto Breezy. There's only one more on B. You're going to see that rotation coming in from Sack and from Yif. They're going hard in that rotation with the expectation, I think, that they saw some pistols and they're looking for the aggression. But Villanova not falling into that trap just yet, content to just kind of hold and see what happens. But that is going to lead to some chip damage. That was a lot of damage on Tyler. But there are 2 rifles on the side of Villanova now, along with those Tech 9s, and those Tech 9s do a lot of damage.
Vanya setting up this pop flash. This is one of a few things they bought into the round. The follow-up flash has actually been handed over to them with the new nerfs / buffs to utility, depending on how you look at it. Nerf if you're on the receiving end, to say the very least. And B seems to be the call here for Villanova. First flash will go up and over, a second almost certainly to follow. The damage being done, and lethal damage at that. Cheney does find a return, the AK in hand, internet there for camaraderie, and a little bit of fire-based assistance. They need to get this bomb down. They cannot allow for that full rotation, and I don't think they have a choice. Kwanye will get a consolation bomb plant and a follow-up kill, surprisingly enough. That's all she wrote for Villanova, as the Wildcats are declawed, and the Blue Demons will take the lead.
My heart goes out to Villanova. I know what they were trying to do there with that double peak. They did not want to give any unfair advantages or unnecessary picks. You can see DePaul a little heated there at the end. I think Villanova might have gotten under their skin just like a tiny bit to start. And if they can continue to just chip away at that, I mean, they've shown they can get onto the bomb site, they can get the bomb down, and their post plant is pretty good, all things considered, in terms of their equipment difference. So they've got to keep going with that. But now Def is going to be on the op, which is going to make life significantly harder if they don't figure out that mid utility that we were talking about earlier. And I mean, it seems like they're in pretty good shape. They're trading as they should. You don't expect to see the bull up all that often these days, but I love it when it happens.
No offend the AUG? Or are you offend the AUG?
I like when other people use it. I don't know. I am a big fan of the PT50 as an example, which, has fallen out of favor for, I mean, even the dualies at this point. So maybe I'm not always the best judge of character for any particular weapon, but I think the AUG's got its place. It's fallen from grace in the time of when we had the SG and the AUG meta, which feels like an eternity ago at this point.
The golden years of Astralis.
Those are great times.
Yeah. Back before that, it used to be called the COD gun, and then professional teams started using it, and then it became the CSGO gun that just happened to have a scope. It was a weird time for first-person shooters at that time. Villanova, by the way, is in a 2 versus 2. Cheney is a very strong breeze away from death, and they're going around the short side, trying to gain site control. This is a pretty good setup for them. Breezy's the only one around the A side, and if they take Moto up on towards that side, they can collapse onto him. He's aware of it, finds it first. The jump from Tyler may be a little unadvised, and Breezy, with I believe their final shot, 5 final shots, will drop down Tyler and solidify a 2-round lead for DePaul.
I think the approach was great there. I think their lack of utility is obviously the difference maker, because not being able to clear out pit with Molly's smoke flash, any of that kind of stuff would have probably made the difference for them there, just the way they've been playing. But they haven't really been able to do that. And you can see even now they're still pretty light on utilities, some Mollies and some smokes, which is a definite improvement. And you see that is really important in that window. They put a ton of pressure on a Sack to find him there. And Internet finds Chris, and Def only down to 9 HP. Their A site has just kind of imploded at this point, with just Yif there really able to provide any sort of defense. You can see that Breezy gets real concerned, makes that motion over there. But the Villanova team, after doing all that damage to the A site, is moving back over towards Banana, and it's just Def on 9 HP, and he's playing from Coffin. So they've got the utility if they throw that Coffin smoke, which is what they're about to do here. And the cross smoke, I mean, like, there's nothing in my mind that says that they won't be able to at least get on site, but they're taking so long. That's given the DePaul team plenty of time to figure out what's going on and come back. And Def is just going to rain hell on them. And as a result of that, I don't know that this is going to go in Villanova's favor.
When they're going to play through the smoke as well. Watch the aggression from DePaul. Straight through that CT smoke. There's one from Breezy. There is a return. But reminder, Def is still alive. I say that as he dies, courtesy of Tyler. 1 versus 3. Yif finds an opening. Possibility still here for DePaul. A kit available. A flash as well. Head armor, really not a requisite there for Yif, considering they're up against AKs at this current moment. And he gets headshot anyway, taken care of, and Villanova are able to bring just a single round back. Pretty good round from them. They do collapse onto the B site, albeit it took them forever and a day to establish that setup, but at a bare minimum, they still win the round.
They should not have won that. I think just based on how things were going at the end there, you pointed out, it just took way too long for that setup, and I get caution, but they were aware that there was at least one player on A, and they had all the utility there. They got the pick on it. They knew that Def was low. You just got to fire it and hope for the best at that point, because I think DePaul is currently content with a more conservative play. You can see that Chris is getting more aggressive here, coming up into that like alt mid area, playing from balcony, but they're being, or from, I guess, above stairs there, and is now pushing in. So like they're getting a little antsy looking for this information. They're on pistols. They're trying to do whatever they possibly can. But the way Villanova is playing is so conservative that they're getting caught in these traps. And you can see Chris just took down Reshram, Brizzy on internet. Like, there's no reason that ever should have gone that direction.
Oh my goodness, and Breezy even finds a follow-up on a Cheney. It is a 1v3, and DePaul mostly saved this round, bar some upgraded pistols. And Chris, he still has head armor, but I don't think it really matters at this point. 1 versus 3 for Tyler, who has an AK, smoke, and a flash alongside the bomb in their grasp. The problem is there's a full flank set up behind them, and the site that they're walking onto happens to have 2 players residing in the general vicinity, so they'll try and cycle out some weapons, make sure that they cannot be retrieved by the DePaul players should they end up winning this round. And that smoke misses by a country mile. Yif will shut him down for it, and DePaul University upset the Wildcats here in a fairly clean round victory.
That feels like a round that should have been easy, and I think that the determining factor there was Villanova was just kind of playing sloppy, frankly. The awareness to do stuff like, you know, make sure that you're covering your teammate when they're not looking at top of banana, stuff like that is really problematic. And you can see, holy cow, what a shot from Def there, running backwards. And this is exactly the thing that I was talking about before with DePaul. Like, they want to get into this position where they can just bully people all the way into T-spawn and hold them there. So Villanova is going to have to get into a point where they force DePaul to respect them again. And that takes time. You have to shut them down probably at least 2 rounds. And it can't be, we caught one person coming down and then we had like a firefight somewhere. Like, you have to shut them down decisively and make sure that they are really hesitant to consider pushing through apps, pushing down banana, or, you know, even just straight up pushing down mid. But a lot of that has got to come from the utility. They didn't go for it here. I almost would have saved again just so they can get a better buy, because they're just getting destroyed by these ops and these mid peaks. And that's going to continue if they can't deal with it from a strategic perspective, which is going to come down to that utility.
Utility usage for Villanova has been better than in previous weeks, albeit notably since the fall. Their utility usage thus far in the spring has been really high level, if I'm to be completely honest with you. DePaul, however, has met it with just straight up aggression, and sometimes when people start throwing grenades at you, you just start throwing no-scope headshots, or no-scopes through smoke at a bare minimum from, I don't know, 25, 30 meters away. You take your best guesstimation at that one, the metric system, and DePaul University will gladly take that opening kill, or at least a return to equalize things, because that was gross. And you can hear in chat that internet is not happy.
Yeah, that's a tough
What this?
situation, but again, it's the same situation where you have to be able to put that utility at the top of banana because that's going to limit those angles. Because if you're just sitting there, that people are going to be able to throw those spams down it, and inevitably, if you feel at all comfortable in that cross, like this is going to continue to happen. So Villanova does pull it out. They've got 3 players left against Def on the off, which is certainly no guarantee, but at least they've got a pretty good chance of holding on to this. They've got the bomb down. This is the best position that they've been in quite a while.
Looking pretty good for Villanova. This should not be a round win for DePaul. Every day of the week, Def should be saving here. There is enough money on DePaul to buy next round, but honestly, Def would rather save this and buy up a teammate, or, yeah, sure, just no-scope a second player. Because
That's a lot of no scopes.
that happened. All right, Def. I hit one no-scope maybe every 2 weeks or so. This guy just hit 2 in 2 minutes, maybe. That's
Gotta play more.
Oh, and Tyler died of the bomb.
Well, nobody's perfect. But the takeaway from that is Villanova is keeping up with DePaul 4-6. Obviously, that was an expensive round. You can see from their cash that they didn't really do themselves any favors by losing that rifle on Tyler. They're going to be forced into some gleals, and their utility is going to continue to be wanting, which they've been able to overcome, but there have been so many rounds that would have been a lot easier had they been able to just throw a smoke at the right time, or certainly a flash even would have made that difference. So I look at everything with some cautious optimism, as Villanova certainly has the mechanical ability to do this. They've shown that they have the resolve to at least put, the 4 rounds that they have on the board. But DePaul, when given just a quick mistake, have been able to punish Villanova a lot for that. And once again, we see that smoke down at the bottom of banana that's created a lot of problems and a lot of opportunities for DePaul.
Back opener, and DePaul University immediately throw Villanova straight back to mid, swinging into a double hold, however. Probably not the most advisable thing for Chris. One thing I have noticed from DePaul that may be able to be worked on, should Villanova keep this one close, is measuring their aggression, where after finding an opening pick, they get a little over-aggressive. Exhibit A, Chris in mid, after knowing that there's at least one person there, if not probably 2, because it's the most populated part of the map. Probably not the greatest of ideas to just willy-nilly swing after finding an open kill. That can be worked on. Yif, however, that's a good angle. An off angle from up above, casually finds him a 3K, and Villanova finds their side.
The biggest difference here, definitely, as I continue to harp on this, is utility. You can just see that Villanova has taken a lot of fights just dry peeking and without really much of an opportunity for a refrag. We saw that on the left side as they pushed up into top mid. No flashes, no smokes, nothing that was going to give them any real cover. And then because they've been playing these pretty slowly, which they've, to their credit, have kept DePaul from pushing too aggressively down into these situations. This sort of being aside as they just kind of go into this turkey shoot all the way down banana and down mid. That's exactly what DePaul is going to continue to try to do. But that utility is making such a huge difference when they're taking some of these fights that they shouldn't be, and that continues to just put up more challenges than I think Villanova really needs to be facing.
Challenge for Villanova, I think, are mounting at this point. Losing gunfights, obviously, it's a first-person shooter. If you're being out first-person shot, you're going to be losing a game. But they can also set themselves up a little bit better for success rather than just taking.
Oh, nice shot.
That was a nice shot from Quad.
That was a great shot.
Chris. The question is, oh my gosh,
oh,
Def,
geez.
how do you? I think he also hit Tyler. He did, through the wall and through Cheney. Def has done well over 350 damage to people he could not see.
That's impressive.
I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy.
I mean, hey, when you've got the op and you use it a lot, you just know where to spam, right? And if you can continue doing that, then it's going to keep working. And so far, Villanova hasn't really done anything going back again to the utility point to force the oppers or those players holding angles off from those positions. And that's giving them the freedom, basically the permission to keep trying. And if you put enough shots down range, like that's exactly what's going to happen.
Stack, the opener. Follow up as well. The ops are just better for DePaul. 2 versus 3. 2 of those are the big green, by the way. Flash over the top. Internet avoids it. Still trying to play aggressive. Pistol out for sack. Does damage, but not lethal damage. Just enough to pepper him up for Breezy's headshot, which would have been inconsequential given the prior damage. A follow-up as well onto a rush room. And DePaul University find another. They're up to 9 at this point, and Villanova need to start clawing things back. The one caveat, this is A, their map selection, and B, they do go to the CT side after the halftime split.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time to work on it, assuming that they get at least one more round. And again, that CT side gives a lot of advantage. And maybe they'll get a little bit of a break here. That missed smoke might create some problems, which, you know, you take what you can get. And Villanova has committed to the A site, at least for the time being. You can see them all up in apartments with save. They're going to go see whatever they can get for a save for last and see if they can find that 5th round on a bye. That being said, if they can find the kill on a sack here, especially because he's playing the op from apartments, he's going to get that opening kill with a pistol, but that flash should be enough. Reshiram able to overwhelm them, but Yif with the scout once again, just absolutely devastating. That scoped weapon is just so strong with anybody on DePaul. Chris just entirely drops down from above, ends that round very quickly and decisively. That I am amazed at how fast that was over. That was truly a blink and you miss it moment.
How in the world is Yith so freaking consistent with scoped weaponry? He has decided, rather than going to an M4 or an AK, rather than retrieving the op that was picked up by either of his teammates, or buying his own, because, well, he and his own teammates had enough at the beginning of the round, he's stuck with a scout in the final round of the half. This isn't like an economic situation. There's only 3 more seconds in which they can even buy, and nobody's in their own spawn for a possibility of doing so. And he's just going with a scout, and it doesn't work, so never mind.
That storyline that we worked so hard to build, just up in smoke.
Right?
But I think that, you know, people just get really comfortable with one weapon, and obviously, like, the scout was working for them. But this, oh man, that almost went really poorly for Villanova. The bomb is down, and Breezy has visibility of it. They would be able to technically pop out of the smoke there and take it, but that was just kind of a miscalculated element. Again, they had utility. I don't know why they didn't use it.
Outstanding grenade creates a pseudo smoke effect. Breezy has now crossed the opposing side. I think it's known. It doesn't matter, though. Still fighting the kill on Kwanye. 11-4 half. The question is, does Zonic's Law come into effect? And the 11-4 curse, similar to that of the 9-3 curse for all of you Valorant players, come into effect to possibly bring Villanova back in this one.
They definitely have the opportunity to do so. I mean, in the 4 rounds that they won, they did very well, and a lot of the rounds that they lost were really close. There are some very obvious mistakes that made life very easy for DePaul, but as they're on the T side now, it's going to be up to them to sort of set the pace and try to overwhelm the Villanova players. And if Villanova can set up a good defense, then they'll be great. I mean, they've already sussed out what's happening here. That's going to trigger the rotation from the B side players. You can see them starting to move down into Banana. That's Tyler going for the flame, but Breezy with that kill onto Cheney, it's going to open up some possibilities for the A side. That's going to leave 2 Villanova players stuck in sight. And the dual scissor attack is just going to continue to see blood for each team going back and forth. And now in this 2v2, the bomb is down, but most importantly, Internet's got them dualies.
Oh, and the dualies from long range as well. Sack is alone, 1 versus 1 with Tyler. The swing USP versus Glock, certainly a possibility here for Tyler, but verticality for Sack, does it work? You better believe it does. DePaul win the second half pistol, similar to that of the first half, and continue to extend that ever so prevalent lead.
That was almost certainly a heartbreaking round, but almost a back-breaking round. That was a really important pistol for Villanova to win. You want to close that gap, obviously, as quickly as possible, and it's going to put them on their back foot again, and they've had a lot of difficulty keeping up with it. You can see DePaul here not interested in slowing down whatsoever. They've gone for the AKs, they've got the Nova and the Galil. They're just going to put full firepower and investment into it. They're expecting some kind of push, and that 4-for-1 trade is not going to be enough for Villanova to bring that back. So they're doing their best here to try to do like any amount of damage that they can. super impressive anti-ego from DePaul, shutting that down 4K just right out of the gate. And that's all they really needed. So now they're within 3 of the map victory, and Villanova is struggling to find answers.
At this point, DePaul University is looking clean as ever. The problem ever so prevalent for Villanova is giving themselves space to work with, whether it's down banana, as you just saw, granted it was a full eco, so not always the same conversation, or giving themselves advantageous gunfights. There's a swing from Def right off the back of an unsuspecting smoke towards the other side, and then he finds another kill through the smoke, because, you know, why the heck not? Somebody check this man's computer, because there is no way he's hitting this many shots on unsuspecting opponents. He finds a follow-up onto a rush room, and that should be the round, nay, may I say the map, because DePaul have 5 players alive, and are going to have a full economy up against Villanova's 4 rounds.
Yeah, that
frustrates me.
I mean, understandably so. It seems like he kind of plays without a monitor, right? And he just kind of memorizes where the map is, and then, you know, it's like you don't need to see, you just shoot, and that's where people are. He is finding very common spam spots, so it's not like, you know, that's really unexpected, but the consistency in which he's doing it, I think Villanova seemed to be playing with the mindset that DePaul is going to kind of play those traditionally respected lines in like an MM or like lower level face it matches where, you know, people generally aren't going to push through smoke because they're not going to too much there. They're not going to do those follow-up spams, but that's just not who DePaul is, and that's not how they play. So Villanova continuing to get caught off guard there, even though Cheney is able to find the opening kill there. It's not going to be enough. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong, but DePaul now a little bit in disarray. Those 2 kills are really huge for Villanova.
Big openers continuously, and it does not look like it is something that DePaul can easily come back from. I say as Breezy finds a kill from the departments. A follow-up as well to Chaney, because why not? And Villanova, unfortunately, with the remaining 2 players in the wrong site, have absolutely no utility. No head armor, which really would be consequential because it's AKs, Oof. And most importantly, no kits. Or, if I was a Megamind fan, no HP, question mark.
I mean, Tyler, there's not a lot he can do here. You pointed that out already. And DePaul took what was a tough situation and turned it into a guaranteed round win at this point. And Tyler probably should have done more to try to save that. It's not going to put the CTs in much of a position to defend against map point. So DePaul at 15-4. Villanova certainly could pull this out, but nothing that we've seen over the last really 11 rounds has given me a ton of hope, just as a result of the way that DePaul has been able to exploit the tiniest mistakes that Villanova are making. And Villanova so far hasn't been able to change that. And we can see there's maybe too much utility or not enough utility in the right places. And I think that's been probably the biggest problem for Villanova so far on this map.
Problems continuing to amount for Villanova at this point. I don't know what the heck Def was doing. Finally, he shut down with his antics outside of the apartments. The problem is Villanova's on the wrong bomb site. Bomb will be planted, and we'll have a decent bit of time ticked off of it by the time that the Wildcats have rotated over. 2 versus 3, certainly possible here for the Blue Demons. And Villanova, at this point, have a few issues to work with, and it seems like they want to do so as a full team. The sound cues have been given over. EGF has heard all 3 players rotating around Speedway and CT, so the entire focus of DePaul will be towards this side of the map. With Sack sitting inside of Church, they need to clear this, and they won't. Kwanye will find that drop. A follow-up from Sack will come through, but there is no kit. I don't know if Resherb has time. I think he does. Should be fine.
It's going to be real close. He does have a kit.
Yeah, we're good.
No,
he's got it. We're good.
Yay! I can't. All right, they're staying alive for one more round at least. That's great. I mean, that's what I would have hoped to have seen from them. I mean, certainly a couple rounds ago as they switched to the half, but certainly earlier into that, their coordination, I think, there was better. I think some cases they had the right idea of, like, you know, double peaks and that kind of stuff, which obviously, like, you want to do, make sure you get those refrags, but they were just kind of missing the thing on it, and that was creating issues for them. So they overcame that at least for the last round, but they've got at least 10 more to go if they want a shot at a map victory. Right now, looking pretty grim, but they're trying to find the positives out of it as they prepare for what will be Mirage. And Mirage, we've seen DePaul stumble a little bit on at different times. It is obviously a very common map, so it could go either way. But we've got to deal with the rest of this round, and it's just down to 2 Villanova players against 3 from the DePaul side who are already on the B bomb site. The bomb will go down, and Yif takes Tyler, leaving just Reshiram to try to win out.
Oh, and a nice team kill from Breezy just to remove some kills from his own stat line, just to add insult to injury. We can kill each other easier than you can kill us, and we have damage reduction because of team and friendly fire. Nonetheless, it is DePaul taking things fairly cleanly. 16-5, I think, is par for the course for them, not abnormal, not a great or poor showing. Villanova, on the other side, up against a team like DePaul, I was expecting about 16-7, 16-8. DePaul, again, has lost a single map all season, which is not a lot for all of you who are not mathematicians. They're looking pretty good. And especially in Inferno, you can see exactly why.
Pretty high percentage for sure. And when we switch over to Mirage, who knows? I think I'm expecting certainly more from Villanova. We've certainly seen that they are capable of really great things. I think that they just kind of got caught into some less than ideal circumstances. They made some of those smaller mistakes. DePaul again able to exploit a lot of those, obviously to their fullest effect. We see that reflected in the scoreline. So I'm hoping that Villanova takes a moment. They're able to regroup a little bit, come back together, and find a really good footing. They're going to have the advantage of starting on the CT side coming up on Mirage, so they'll be able to set the tone, show that they are certainly not rolling over for this, and I'm very excited to see that happen.
Well, can they perform a miracle and remove the Blue Demons from their high perch up above the rest of the EGFC, at least in CSGO? Or will the Demons continue to roll through and maybe haunt them just a little bit more? We'll find out when we come back from the break. It's Mirage, as Tyler indicated, the last hope for Villanova here in our 12th week of play. First map victory, and a clean one at that for the DePaul University Blue Demons, as they drop the Villanova University Wildcats 16-5 on their own map selection, no less. We move to DePaul's map pick, that being Mirage, the most played map now in the competitive pool, with Inferno just behind. I'm talking like it's 0.6% behind to that point. But still, Mirage up on top, and I think if Villanova's going to take it, ironically enough, even though it's DePaul's map pick, this would be the place to do it.
They definitely have the best opening position to do that. They're going to be starting on the CT side. If they can shut down the aggression from DePaul, kind of deter them from a continued fast-paced game that they're going to want to bring to this as they normally do, then I think they've got a pretty good chance. And if they can put up 8 or 9 rounds, they're going to be in a great position, obviously, to continue that on over to the T side, potentially upend them. But it is still DePaul, so even playing from behind, they're still very, very dangerous. And, you know, with one map across the entire season, I mean, we've kind of come to expect that from them. But Villanova, they've had their moments, and I think that they can continue to capitalize on it. We talked about a lot of different small mistakes that they could clean up, utility being the number one version of that, and then also obviously just making sure that they're holding together and not giving up those one-on-ones that I think really spelled the difference in some of the rounds that we saw on Inferno. So as you said, a lot of people play this, so I'm expecting as equal a footing as we could start off on.
Couple that alongside the fact that Def is on DePaul, and you have a fairly unfair matchup, to say the very least, because that was a gross showing from Def. Gross in the positive sense. I don't know how the heck he pulled off some of what he did, but he did, so we'll move on. Pistol round here for DePaul, not really a requisite. They went 2 for 2 on pistols in the previous map and won 16-5. If they didn't, you would have expected them to go somewhere in the neighborhood of like 16-8, 16-9 maybe. This pistol round, they're going all the way on to B, and as a full team, Cheney will win the opening engagement. That would have follow-up with the last bullet onto Yif. Clean shot, and Villanova, 2-man advantage already.
I like the fast rotation from Villanova. Certainly, you know, they haven't seen the bomb yet, so you never know, but I think what we've seen from them, the more people they can commit to it, the more chance that they're going to get. But Def continuing to just be that dominant force for the Blue Demons, runs in, grabs 2 headshots, gets them the bomb plant, and now it's just down to Internet and Tyler trying to make sure that they don't lose this opening round. But Chris playing from that van position, I think maybe they're aware of it, but it doesn't matter because when you run into their crosshair, that makes it easy to pull the trigger and just end it. Internet alone.
Reload too.
Oof. All right, he's got the dualies though. What's that like?
Def playing Runner on the Rosie, trying to just avoid the dualies, and it's working out perfectly. Internet does have a kit, so this is significantly more possible for him. Problem is, needing to find the kill less than likely. The knife attempt is not going to work out. Both players should die here. Internet, no armor. Def will make sure that he dies to him rather than the bomb, and DePaul University win the pistol round based off of kills by all of about 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, I like the little BM there at the end. Just like, no, this is my kill, not the bomb's kill. Really, really close, and that's again just probably the most annoying situation that you can get into when someone is able to just avoid your crosshair just enough to make it back and forth and prevent you from getting that plant down. And obviously when you don't have any utility to play with, that's not going to help out any much. But Cheney, the opening kill from last round, finds the opening kill onto this, but it doesn't look like it is enough as Breezy and Sack just pour out onto site. Yif follows up with the Nova, and that's going to be a quick second round to DePaul. Villanova, I think, are in a pretty good setup, and when they've got guns, I think they've got a pretty good chance of putting some good rounds up on the board. But so far, DePaul just getting a step on them, and obviously that's what gave them their opening 2 rounds.
Well, it is a full gun round. I say full gun round, noting that there is a Galil and a MAC-10 left over for DePaul from that previous round. Tyler almost finds that kill, but is blinded off the angle, so is unable to do so. Sack there with a follow-up, damage done, and he finds the final shot through the box to open things up in fragging conversations. That nade may very well kill him. It will indeed. Nice throw from Reshram, so here's a return. And Yif is still fairly low in the grand scheme of things, so possibilities for Villanova to retake here are certainly there. But EGFC is going on a long flank all the way around through mid and through connector as well. This is to interrupt the full rotations of Villanova, but it may not even be needed. Cheney and Internet do find a return, but worry about EGFC still. 19 HP coming up through mid, finds a first. Galil out, looking for a second, but that distraction has been good enough. Def, the aggression once more with a rush room and a 1 versus 2. He's playing jumping jacks on bomb sites, and it's working. Tyler, I don't like this guy. Get him out. Ban him from the league. What is going on? 2 of 3 rounds, this guy's just jumping for joy like he's not in the middle of a 1v1 gunfight.
That's so difficult. You hate to see it. That's such a frustrating thing to deal with as a player. You know that you did 90% of the work that you needed to close out that round, but it's just those final couple of seconds. You know, there's panic, right? There's not a lot that you can really do at that point. It's just who peaks at the right time, and it's really a 50-50 luck. So I think Villanova did everything they really needed to in that round. They probably took a little bit longer on the retake than they needed to, and obviously I don't think anyone was expecting EGF. I was not expecting EGF to have made that decision to go around for the flank. So just great plays by DePaul there.
Shots, dangerous opening here as DePaul will yet again open things up on this A side. Double from Zach, they're very lucky to be alive and will continue to be so because, yeah, that's the DePaul way. Win gunfights you probably shouldn't even have a conversation in. And, yeah, okay. So that's a 4th round victory for DePaul. And, yeah, that happened.
That was decisive. Not really unexpected considering
on today's
that
episode of Understatements by Tyler.
Hey, I mean, I'm trying to stay fair and balanced here. I think that we weren't, anticipating that Villanova on an eco were gonna go up against, that full buy from DePaul, especially with the way that they've been playing. And DePaul's really good about reading the economy of their opponent, and we see them do that time and time again. I cannot believe that Rushroom got out of window with his life. Zach definitely saw through that smoke there, but notably, Breezy's off the board. That was a great opening pick, but Def is still up, and that is what I think the real understatement is what kind of impact he has just on his own. I don't think that I would bet against him at any 1v2, potentially even a 1v3.
There's a follow-up from Cheney as well. This is a really good round, at least looking at it for Villanova. The problem is they have 2 players below 30 HP or at 30 HP. That ult from EGFC just barely misses. Chris even finds a follow-up onto Internet, and problems just mounting here for Villanova. One of those 2 low players has been taken care of. The one who is not, of the remaining 2, is Kwanye, who's currently occupying the bomb in mid, under the window position, by the way. And I think he's heard both players around the top of connector. One watching vents, one still towards that hell position, and Yif wants to clear him. Does he do so, though? He clears the window. Vent is cleared as well, and Yif, of course, he finds the shot into Kwanye. Chris through the floor will drop Rush Room, and DePaul are still flawless on Mirage.
That is heartbreaking. The 4v2, and all they really needed to do was coalesce around the bomb to just keep it safe. They had it down in mid. There was nobody else around it. They knew where the 2 DePaul players were, but they just weren't able to put up the defense around it. And a lot of it was a result of them just kind of getting caught in bad rotations. And DePaul, so patient, really prepared to just sit there and wait for people to try to cross into a place where they arguably didn't necessarily have to, but probably were just kind of the best choice for the moment. And that leads to a place where they should have had an easy win, turning into a loss. And now we're back to Villanova being on an eco, and they're going to probably give up this round to DePaul unless they can pull off some sort of miracle with an MP9 and an M4. I'm not seeing it, but I'm never going to give up hope for our team.
Now, I was noting that it was a little bit of an anomaly for them to plant with all 5 players alive in maybe the first 30 seconds, but then I realized that DePaul both rushed B and Villanova on an eco did not even occupy B, which is not completely unheard of, so this is about normal in terms of the grand scheme of things. They're also going to die to the bomb, by the way. Yif should not survive that explosion, and surprisingly will, on 1 HP, because that's DePaul's luck thus far today. Chris will also find the ending kill.
They found the M4.
How in the world has DePaul just continuously gotten these hairline victories? 1 HP left over on your up, final quarter of a second, you drop the only rifle trying to be saved over.
It definitely seems like the CS gods are favoring DePaul today with just the bounces that they've gotten, the coin flips they are. But Villanova not ready to give it up yet. I mean, they're making great use of the sniper rifles. You can see Internet picked up the auto sniper because why not? If they can find some advantage with the scoped weapons, they might as well try everything. And they're playing this really, really well. This is exactly what I was hoping to see from them. Certainly earlier in the game, probably don't want to start from a 6-round deficit, but they're looking pretty good right now. And if they can keep up with that kind of pace, DePaul probably playing a little bit looser, a little bit overconfident with the last 6 rounds under their belt. But if they, again, Villanova continues with this, should see some convincing round victories.
1v5 for Chris. Certainly possible. He's already found 2. Does not know, however, about Internet sitting around CT. And Internet has a Scar 20. Because, yeah, expect the unexpected. Welcome to the EGFC. Villanova have one round. And with an auto sniper. Wait, just for my own entertainment. Drop it or we try. Oh, geez. Chris bringing out the trash talk, and if this is DePaul not trying, I am scared for everybody else in the EGF, because I am afraid of them trying.
I don't think Villanova is going to give up the auto. I wouldn't take any round you possibly can and just keep playing at it. And I respect them for that. The 2 ops there, I think, really made the difference in that last round. You can see Internet does find Breezy before going down to Def, and of course, who else would it be but Def? Def literally must know every spam spot on every map because you don't see those things all that frequently, and he does it with a lot of confidence. So I am going to give respect where it's due for him and being prepared for that. But man, this is a tough place for Villanova to continue to come back from, and they did lose. Just kidding. They picked up the auto again. They did find a kill utility out of it, so I would guess they're just gonna roll with it, see what happens.
My vote is why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The scoped weaponry will continue on at least one side of the coin. There are 4 ops/auto snipers between the 2 teams. 3 of them currently held by Villanova. And DePaul's going to rush B, because why not? Go for it. Kwanye will throw it on a Molotov to try and slow things down, at least at a bare minimum. Nade around the corner does more damage onto his teammate than it does onto anybody else. And Def just jumps out of apartments and still finds an opening kill into Kwanye. That is, in all fairness, a returning kill, because it evens up the man advantage. A 4 versus 4 at this point, but there's a bomb plant, because why the heck not? Another 1-for-1 trade, but this time it's Internet dying for Reshiram's sins. But Cheney's still in this, as is the op of Reshiram towards that Marquette side. There's a flight coming in through apartments as well. The collapse is coming onto the DePaul hold. This post plant is very, very unsafe, as both players are within 2 or 3 meters of one another, and the kill goes Cheney's way. A follow-up not there, however, as EF's able to transition, just not far enough away. Both players are kit. Villanova will find a 3rd.
Good round to Villanova. I mean, not a lot of weapons on the DePaul side, but Chris on that op could really be all they need. Again, we're just going to continue harping on how effective each of the DePaul players have been at different moments, playing from different circumstances and really stepping up to it. So Villanova able to play really well around that, and most importantly, not give up a round that was obviously not easy, but definitely not something that they should have given up previously. So we're going to see the ops moving around. They're maintaining just 1 op and an auto. They gave up, I think it was the second one over there. You can see DePaul being pretty aggressive here, but that auto is going to be enough to deal with this. They're just going to continue spraying through that smoke, and Internet finding the triple kill, almost a 4th, is going to be excellent. Just kidding. He got the 4th. He almost gets the ace, but Chris not giving it up, gonna find 1 kill with that Galil, and now Cheney's gonna find just a little bit of action around the corner there, and Kwanye cleans it up. So that's exactly what we were hoping to see from Villanova to make a really convincing round victory. And DePaul is going to be able to come back probably next round. They might force it here, but their money's not great. 1 8K so far. So we'll do the light buy. We'll see how it goes.
I'm actually surprised at this buy. This is weird because Chris is at 1,000. Breeze is at 150. Everybody else is chilling around 2K, if not more. A split buy will always interrupt the team's economy, where discoordination can cost you, especially when internet's just walking around with a SCAR 20 out, because, you know, internet things.
I mean, they're finding some success with it. They're just going to keep running with it. Both the auto and the op giving a lot of value to the Villanova team. Def able to do the same thing. That's 2 Deagle headshots in a row. And that missed shot from Cheney almost cost him his life. I cannot believe he survived with just 10 HP, but he's got the op, and that's all that matters. Breezy on the middle of site's going to find Reshiram. He knows where the last two teammates are, and Cheney holding the angle closes that out. It's going to be a 5th round on the board for Villanova. Props to the Wildcats for making that happen, but I feel like they've just been poking a bear, and once DePaul gets their economy together for that full buy, I'm a little bit worried about the fury they might bring down on that team.
Hey, for the time being, admire what has worked. Clean retake there from a combo of Cheney and Kwanye. The flash over the corner allowed them to throw off the hold, and the aggression from Kwanye around the triple box allowed Cheney, who was holding the cross angle, to basically just allow DePaul to walk into him, and Villanova was able to walk away with a round victory themselves. Now DePaul walking around without a single op. However, they do still have 2 pieces of scoped weaponry, the SG553 out for both Def and Sack. They do not want to give over another round. This would allow the Wildcats to tie things. And the double flash outside of B, they're trying to feign a B rush, and it's not working. Nova's not taking the bait.
Big credit to Nova to be aware of that fact, but they almost did lose a couple, their first player to Breezy, who just kind of walked out of Palace. But Internet getting just more and more utility each round out of that auto sniper. That's now 3 kills onto just that one weapon. The bomb and support from Def still going over towards the B site. Kwanye wisely putting down that smoke for the counter utility, but it does not matter as Def finds Cheney coming from there. Chris just jumping out onto the van is going to eradicate all of the players from the Villanova team. So that bomb is going to go down. It's Chris and Def, 2 players that are incredibly dangerous from the DePaul team against those 3 players. And he just walks through the smoke, finds double headshots, and all of a sudden a 3 versus 2 is just down to Tyler.
And that's how you play up against scoped weaponry. It is close the distance. They tried it up against the Scar, and Def, with a scope of their own, long range will drop Tyler. That ticking you hear is the copy pasta continuously coming through from the DePaul side, just because they can. Never come into my crosshair again, buddy. Big mistake.
That's a great time to take a break from Villanova. Anytime that Def comes in and creates that impact, it's tough. You really have to take a moment to think about what happened and how to avoid that. There isn't really a good way to have countered that, because I don't think anyone expects with a smoke there that was put down by the attacking team that they're going to push through that on the follow-up to it. So that was an unpleasant situation, to say the least. But Dev comes through, just the absolute killing machine that he is, finds that 4K, and all of it on the back of just using the SG. And now we can see that Breezy's pulled out the T-side auto sniper. So I don't really know what to expect. There's a lot of scoped weapons on the board here.
So, just to give everybody a cursory glance of what's going on. Villanova, since about round 7 or so, decided to bring out a SCAR 20. That, for all of you who know it as a different name, is the auto sniper, or a semi-automatic scoped weapon. Internet has been using that to full effect in finding basically minimum 1 or 2 kills in 5 straight rounds, until DePaul have decided to bring out AKs and SGs and walk around like chickens with their heads cut off, and it worked. Since then, Villanova has picked up those 5 rounds. DePaul returned and then picked up the SCAR 20 off of a dead body. And at this current point, of all 10 players in the lobby, 4 of them hold scoped weaponry. A SCAR for Internet, a SCAR for Breezy, an SG553 or a Krieg, as it's better known, for Def, and Big Green, the op for Chris.
Can we bring up the scoreboard for a second and look at that utility damage? I'm curious to see how.
I don't think it's going to be that much.
Probably not, but
damage here.
I think that this is something that kind of speaks to what we were talking about on the utility side. You can see DePaul, despite being on the T side, is significantly stronger and flashes in general utility damage. Utility damage is something you expect to see a little bit more on the CT side, just because you can throw mollies, nades, whatever defensively. A little bit harder on this map because they're mostly meant to be something that kind of deters people rather than creates that impact. But man, DePaul coming out just absolutely swinging here onto the B site. You can see that auto sniper already creating it. They don't even need the second bullet in the auto production. They're just one bullet, one kill, and that's it. Both of these CT players onto the site does not matter because, of course, who else but Def finds them with the SG. And that is going to be one of the fastest rounds that we have seen so far on this map. And DePaul does not seem like they're playing around.
And that was with a bomb plant as well. This is what happens when you poke the bear. Tyler talked about it. The bear's upset. And now the bear has an auto sniper and is still betting in chat. This is not good if you are on the Villanova side. However, they are guessing correctly. They only have P250s, which albeit are pretty good weaponry. There's a 5.7 and a USP as well to go on both sides of that same coin. They're going to drop straight into B. Def's going to find an opener. A follow-up, maybe. No, it's returned. 2 for 1 on the opening duels. And it's not
slow it down.
Open weaponry available. Def drops a no-scope team kill, or headshot team kill, not even no-scoped, I think that was intentional, and a 1v3 because chaos.exe has certainly been working out fairly well.
Well, the team right there just trying to build a little bit of that armament up by shooting the guns over to their teammates. Otherwise, that gets a little bit scary. When you're in those positions, you know that you're outgunned and you're up against a player who's certainly capable of winning a 1 versus 3 in an eco situation. You tend not to take any chances, but Villanova able to close that out, keeping it close, 6-8. DePaul being very aggressive now at this point, really just kind of done playing whatever game they were before and are now on that incredibly aggressive and very assertive strategy that we normally see from them. Villanova so far been able to hold off on that to a degree after we saw that counter eco. But this time around, DePaul going hard onto the A site. Villanova's already triggering that rotation. And DePaul kind of just chilling in the middle of the site. Going to get that bomb down. And now Villanova, even with players in the site, are going to be forced to play retake. But Internet, I don't think they were expecting him to be in sight.
How in the world they even hit that shot, by the way. A double now as it stands. Sack the shot across, does not land, and Chris is down a 1 versus 4. Does find a first, but Cheney holding them with the op will shut it down. And Villanova make it as close a half as possible. However, they still do not lead at the halftime whistle.
A moment to just kind of take a big exhale, right? That was a lot of pressure on Villanova to keep it this close. And there were a couple rounds where I wasn't really sure, but they kept it together. The auto sniper surprisingly effective in balancing the scales. And even when DePaul brought it back on their side, able to find a little bit of utility, but certainly not to the same degree that Villanova had. So as DePaul switches over to the CT side, it's up to Villanova now from their 1 round deficit to make a statement here in the pistol and then continue that through the rest of it. They have a lot of work to do before they can win, but they have, to their credit, already put up more rounds than they have in the past map.
Looking pretty good for them to start. They do want to fully aggress onto A. The setup's being put forward. 2 flashes by Internet for the waterfall out of the palace, and here's the aggression. The flashes, however, don't really land, only onto 1, and they were even obscured by a smoke. Yip a double, a third as well through the wall, because why the heck not? And it is a perfect pistol round. Villanova did a whole 68 damage. Almost nice.
Really difficult to come into a site where you've got a lot of people with USPs playing from a distance. Obviously, they're always going to have the advantage over the Glock as you get further and further away. But without smokes down there to kind of wall your way off and create some level of safety going into that, that's kind of expected. You can see Villanova here trying for something that's a little bit more of that redirect, but Def susses that out immediately, finds the bomb, and now all 4 of the Villanova players didn't even have a chance to put up that decoy, and they're going to have to go back, recover the bomb. But you can already see that DePaul is setting up a defense around the bomb in Palace, a very difficult place to get into, especially if you don't have any utility.
How they find a second there, and it's now a
Oh
4
no, I don't.
versus 3.
Oh,
This round is
Breezy.
significantly more possible, but Breezy dropping Tyler makes it a little less so. There is an M4 and FAMAS available as it stands for the Villanova attack. The M4 on Cheney should probably be dropped to Kwanye. If I was a betting man, I'd rather have it on a 100 HP player. The problem is they know where the bomb is. They being both teams, but, you know, DePaul a little bit more important in terms of, well, knowing where the bomb is.
I wouldn't be upset if Villanova was like, "Hey, we got 2 rifles out of this. We might as well just run away with them," because like it's not a bad situation to be in. They do finally drop over that rifle. The problem is they don't have any utility at all. Breezy does and can create even more problems as they come into Palace. And this time, the clock is already down to 30 seconds. So if they're going to make this move, it's a little ill-advised, but they're going to try for it. And Breezy, once again on the flank, is going to find another kill. And Yif cleans up Kwanye and Cheney. Again, I feel like a couple seconds ago, it would have made a lot more sense for them to just run off into apartments, hold on to the M4 from us.
Why did Def just drop the M4 for an MP9? What are they gonna do with this? Why wouldn't you just keep the M4?
I think he's just been playing for that. I mean, that makes more sense from an economic perspective, but I'm sure that they're thinking like, we've got the cash. I would prefer. They're playing really aggressively. We saw how they did it into Palace before, but Villanova dealing with that aggression, Def once again trying to make use of that MP9 that we were talking about, does get a little bit of damage onto the Villanova squad, but not really enough to close it out. I mean, certainly didn't get the kill there, so that's going to be one element of it. But Villanova playing with the advantage right now. The downside is it's Yif and Def that are allowed, and as I say that, Sack finds a double kill. So all 3 of these players very dangerous and already equalized it back. So Villanova kind of in a position where they're going to have to make a commitment one way or the other. And they have very limited information as to where the DePaul players currently reside. If they happen to guess correctly, they would be able to take that B site because it is just Yif over there holding apartments from Cat, and quite a long rotation from the rest of the team if they play that correctly. But similar to what we saw before, Villanova just playing really slowly, and Def getting that information from outside of A spawn is going to trigger that rotation from DePaul, and Villanova once again kind of falling victim to the clock.
Well, this is such a good setup as well for DePaul, putting both players in a similar situation. Any utility thrown up and over will go absolutely nowhere. There's that first flash. The Molotov surprisingly only drops next to it, but the 2-for-1 trade, Yif there for redundancy, and Internet in a 1 versus 2 will do some damage, but not enough to write home about. DePaul make it 11 as the convenience store makes an appearance in our scoreline. Villanova also being taken care of in the second half.
It's a tough loss. I think Villanova in the early parts of that basically had everything going for them, and we wanted to see that success because, it's hard not to root for the underdog, right? And Villanova is certainly showing that they've got what it takes to at least make it an interesting match, and you want to see them go further. And they've shown that they have the ability to do so, but DePaul's aggression into mid and into that A site has just continued to be a huge problem for them. Villanova playing just from pistols does some damage, but really isn't able to capitalize it to the full extent. Cheney, kind of blind, finds another one and almost a third. So, hey, not the worst round from Villanova considering the investment that they put into it.
We call that ROI in the economics world, return on investment.
ROI. Hey, that's a business school term.
Yeah, my time in a
I went to school for that.
all of 3 months. Yeah, my time in a business school for all of 3 months taught me that one, and the return on investment was pretty good for Villanova. It wasn't a round victory, but they also didn't invest enough to honestly warrant a round victory. That was what we call good enough. Nice nade, by the way. My favorite play is using nades for pseudo smokes because they just create a pseudo smoke effect. The aggression's working out, by the way. They're walking around with Tech 9s, and they have enough money to buy whatever the heck they want. Because why not? I believe there's your answer.
Fair enough. So they've lost Def and they've lost Sack, 2 players that have been leading a lot of those early impact elements. Def certainly chief among them. So that's going to give them hopefully a little bit more confidence, but they're still playing against the op from Chris, who just on his own is super dangerous, but it's only Yif on the B site right now. You can see the other two DePaul players committed towards that upper connector and Tetris area, which means they're going to have a long rotation. So as long as they find Yif, which they did, huge props to Cheney finding that opening kill. That's going to give them enough leeway to get out and get the bomb down at least, but they are being very smart and taking the time to clear the site. They do not want any surprises, and now they just have to deal with the aggression coming from that A site. There are 3 players. They should be able to cover all the angles, but man, we've seen what Chris can do with that off.
The aggression needs to work out for DePaul. They do not want to give up more rounds. Breezy has the information, swings for the kill. Second information there as well. Chris will find the kill across onto the bench position. Down to a 1 versus 2. Cheney up top holds the van, but isn't aware of the swing from Breezy. Does a little bit of damage across on towards Chris, but not enough to write home about. Villanova will be cut away in the 2v3. A clean retake with both players cross-firing as they walk out of the market. They walk away with a 13th round as well.
It's a really difficult position to be in. You feel for Villanova and a round that definitely could have been theirs, and that's been the story that we've talked about quite a few times, the narrative that they're dealing with. And Cheney, you can see on the Villanova side, just from the scoreboard, doing a ton of work. And it's not that the other players haven't been making the attempt. It's just that DePaul has caught so many of those off angles, especially when they're just in those situations where, you know, you've got the flank from Yif or Sack or somebody else playing from that. And they've been really successful at doing that. And it's just kind of taking Villanova out at the knees before they really get a chance to start.
Wanye, very lucky to find that kill without being traded upon.
Oh, def.
And is now traded upon because the Mag 7 exists and Kwanye no longer does. They're going to try and go around towards A from the looks of it, and maybe try and regress towards mid. Now, it does seem to be the former of the two. And A is the correct decision. Problem is, with all those sound cues, Def almost certainly heard at least one of them, if not both, towards T-spawn, and will immediately transition towards the A side. Breezy, however, taken care of as a result of an overzealous flank.
This is a great move by Villanova. Make sure that they can hear you, wait for the flank. They know that DePaul's been doing that a lot, so it's going to give them a little bit more of an opportunity to create some space. The challenge that they have is they don't have a ton of info. They haven't made it all the way to the A ramp, so they don't know where the players are there. They're making the choice to go to mid, which I think is probably the right choice, just kind of based on where things have been. And if they catch Def out, they did see him, but Def, with that deagle, might be all that he needs. He's going to create some uncomfortable positions for them coming up through those con areas. But a 2v1 could be all that they need. But you can see that Chris is watching from that cat position. And so this is almost an impossible situation for Cheney. And sure enough, Def once again comes through for the DePaul team. And that's going to be the 14th round on the board for the Blue Demons.
There's a skin for it called the Swag 7 for a really good reason there, Tyler. And Villanova did not have the hip style to deal with the swag on the defensive side. I'm sorry, I'll see myself out. And well, what does Villanova do at this point? They have AKs across the board. That's a pretty good start. But, you know, they're still up against DePaul's As We Please Buy, a.k.a. rifles plus def on whatever weapon they've decided on using for the next 3 or 4 rounds. Because, you know, why not keep some consistency? Breezy flash over, that actually hits 3 players. They're going to try and swing towards mid as well. There are 3 players watching this. They'll find a kill into the first. The second is not there for a trade, and is even almost taken care of. Cheney, however, will finally find a trade. 4v4 after the opening chaos has already ensued.
I have hope. I do. There's not a lot of utility on the side of the Villanova team, so it's a big order for them to come through this. But that being said, there's no utility left on the DePaul side. So this is really just about angles. And of course, Sack finds the right ones alongside Yif. And slowly but surely, the hope for Villanova continues to slip away. And now they've once again faced map point, this time in a better position than they were before if they somehow pull off the miracle and just win round by round by round by round. But it's looking pretty difficult for them to get to that point.
Improvements. That's what needs to be the case. Villanova has improved in comparison to map number 1. Nade around the corner, a full battery of grenades in towards A main has done almost 100 damage, if not 4 more than it, already in the first 15 seconds of the round. Def has another Mag 7, because why the heck not, and they're going to do damage with it. Question is it lethal? You better believe it is. Only one kill, though. 1-for-1 trade, certainly possible for Villanova to hold this, as they follow up with another kill across. They need to be able to take the A site quickly and get this bomb down, giving them as much time as humanly possible, and they will do so. It's a retake for DePaul required.
I'm holding my breath here for it. I believe that this can be done. Breezy putting a lot, finding that. Oh no, I don't know if they were able to communicate that he even came from A main the way that he got those kills. So it is just Cheney, that kill leader from it, but it does not matter because, of course, what else is it going to be than an op no scope to close that out? Very much a signature move from the DePaul side. So unfortunately, it's going to be unfortunately for Villanova, it's going to be the second map over to DePaul, second in convincing fashion, a 16-5 win on Inferno and a 16-7 win on Mirage. That's going to close out the first map for us. And I don't know if I would describe that as unexpected, but I did appreciate that the effort that Villanova put up to it. They kept it interesting. They kept themselves in it. At the end of the day, DePaul as a plow, them. I'll workshop it.
Vertus plow.
The DePlow here. Really, really difficult to overcome, and they just continue to show that week in and week out.
I would have like some weird name pun, going around like plowing. I don't know. You get the general idea.
We'll talk about it off stream. We'll come back with something.
We'll have a concrete name pun around DePaul's prowess when we come back. Speaking of which, when we come back, we're going to see if we can get an interview with one of the DePaul players. Most of the time, it happens to be Breezy. We'll find out who it is when we come back and break things down for you after the break. 2-0 in maps, 32-12 in rounds in favor of DePaul as they drop Villanova off the map. Seriously, 2-0, and take the series itself. I'm Time Light, joined alongside me as Viking. In for an interview is Yif. Yif, obviously an opening thought. How do you feel after the series win? It's pretty clean, bar a few rounds here and there. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, pretty fun games. They started using auto, but it is what it is. Just go B after that.
Well, I want to talk to you specifically. How A, are you so good with the scout? And how B, were you so willing to keep it over an op or a normal rifle later on in Inferno?
uh, I liked using the scout because of I transitioned from Valorant a couple months ago, and I was just by scout in Valorant because also 950. And then I was just like, I'm pretty sure I think they're pretty similar, and I just enjoy running full speed with a scout full scoped. It's really fun, and then I think I get more value out of the scout because I'm still not used to CS:GO opping yet. And then
Mm.
yeah,
One of the
and
only players you'll see
yeah,
transitioning from Valorant to CSGO.
gotta win the EGF CS:GO title, right? Already won the Valorant one, gotta win another one.
That's true.
Fair enough. Got to go for the dual threat there. You
Exactly.
mentioned the auto sniper there. I think when we came into this, we were expecting a pretty competitive map. We've seen Villanova has been on the up over the last couple of weeks. They've taken on some pretty tough matches. They've come out literally even. Obviously, DePaul has been sort of the giant to topple over this. They tried a lot of different strategies. They found a lot of effort in a lot of value, I guess, out of the auto sniper. So when you see that come out, you mentioned obviously just a second ago the rush B element of it, but are you thinking about that really any differently as you come out of, or as you see that come out, or is it really just we've just gonna go to the other site and see what we can get done?
Uh, just go to the other side pretty much. I mean,
fair,
we tried
fair
A.
enough.
We tried A. Full execing A was like three smokes and stuff. Like
Mhm.
didn't work. Chris was like, "All right, let's just run a B. They have one op there. I just go B," and it worked.
Fair enough. And we've seen all of your players, including yourself, as Dan just mentioned, with the scout, can do a lot of damage. I think it was pretty obvious from what we saw across the two maps that this time around, Def's time was up to be that kind of like foundational rock for the rest of the team, doing some pretty wild things. Can you talk about how his performance, this map, affected how the rest of your strategy kind of played out across both maps? We especially made note about how that man just appears to be able to spam through anything and find some value out of it. So you can talk about a little bit how that evolved over those two maps around the different performances of your players.
Yeah. Inferno is Chris and Angel. Not Angel. Breezy's strong map. So we tried
Hmm.
to set them up to get picks and kills, and
Yep.
then Mirage is obviously Def's playground, and then we try our
Yeah.
best to set him up. Uh, and that's pretty much it. He's just running around getting killed. I don't even know how he's doing that, but he had a life game. That's what we call it.
He had a life series, all right.
Yeah,
I think I understand the obvious. Did you see what he was doing? I know you can't directly look at his POV sometimes, but like, did you see what he was doing on
yeah,
Inferno?
he was. He was
He
running through
no
smokes,
scoped
getting a three. Yeah,
he no scoped internet down banana with an op on top of the half wall because why not? He then was spraying people down through smokes, fully blind hitting no scopes, and all in all, just absolutely dumpstering Villanova at no fault of Villanova's. There's nothing they could have done to deny that because Def is just rude. And then he walks around with a swag 7 because why the hell not?
yeah,
I
it's hitting live
love watching
shots.
this guy.
Yeah,
And then
So
picks up the SG and he just like, especially when one of the later rounds you just walked through the market window smoke and finds the double kill there. It was a lot. I am amazed that Villanova was able to pull together the way that they did after that, because I know, like I would have I would have had a tough time adjusting to that. So I appreciate that, and I certainly appreciate
had
the
a tough
efforts from
time
all the
adjusting
players
to
that
it.
were
I
able to
was
come back.
casting.
Yeah. It was really hard to look at that and say, wow, did that really just happen?
Multiple times. I'm not
he even
frustrated.
yeah during the round he even told us like I'm gonna push through this.
And it worked. Well, after all that working, the fairly clean finish has to be at least desirable to say the least for you. Looking into next week, because I totally have the schedule up already, you guys take on Marquette. Any thoughts going into next week's matchup?
Uh, no thoughts yet, but we'll see. We'll watch the games.
In
Maybe like
in
10,
one
15 minutes.
word, are you gonna win? Yes or no?
Yes,
All right.
of
Well, you
course.
heard it here first. DePaul's going to beat Marquette next week. It has happened before. It's also happened the opposite way, both this season and last. Final thoughts from you, Yif. Anybody you want to shout out? Any final thoughts on the series? The floor is all yours.
Shout out to Duff, and shout out to the casting crew, and then that's it.
Yeah, not shout out to Def because he did what he did. No, we
Yeah.
love Def, I promise. Thank you very much for joining us, Yif.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations again on the victory. We will see you next week. Well, Tyler will. I'll be gone.
All right. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Tyler, to close out our first series, that was hold up, wait, I have a definition here. Chaos. It was chaos. How did you like our first matchup?
I liked the, to borrow your word, the chaos of it all. I think that there were a lot of really great moments for both sides of each map from both teams where they're like looking at the score, clicking up, you could see that DePaul obviously had the upper hand. They had the momentum going into it, and it's really tough to overcome that. But then Villanova would come out with these crazy rounds and just shut them down completely. And it's a lot of it coming from, I think, just a little bit of overconfidence. We've heard DePaul talk about that before, where they get a little looser. You know, the other team is able to take a brief but important advantage of that. So I think probably an expected outcome just based on what we've seen and what we have to deal with over, the course of a season and what DePaul has continued to show. But a great showing from the Wildcats. Really loved them seeing in the series. Expect them definitely to finish in that top 3 or top 4. They're going to go down a little bit, I think, as a result of these, depending on what happens with Marquette later. But pretty excited about the way that the season is shaping up coming into the second half of the second split.
A desirable finish for DePaul, but not an abnormal one. They will take the series 2-0, 16-5, and 16-7 between Inferno and Mirage, respectively. And Def does way too many things. I don't even think I can count on both hands. If you want to, go take a look at the VOD. I think it'll be up tomorrow, should you want to do so. We do have a little bit of a longer break ahead of us. The University of Idaho will take on the University of Montana in our next match around 6:30, 6:20 or so on the East Coast. So stick around. We'll be back. It is the two lower sides of the table, so if these two teams are to make a quick appearance, now is a pretty good time to do so. Hopefully, we'll see you when we go live with that one. If not, thank you ever so much for watching. It's our next match in just a little bit. From the west side, both teams needing to look up in this season. I'm Time to Light, still joined alongside me is Viking and Tyler into our second series. It is the lower of the table teams, also some new teams to EGFC this semester. Any takes on our second match?
I think that this gives us an opportunity for a little bit of a distinction. They haven't played each other yet so far, as both Idaho and Montana are new this split. Both teams, as you alluded to, are still getting their feet under them. They've had some rough matchups against some of our top of table teams, which coming into anything, especially if you're a relatively new team, is going to be a difficult time. So this is kind of an opportunity for them to start differentiating themselves from one another. We are going to see Nuke for this third time this split, which I'm pretty excited about. Little bit of variance, and then we're going to go over to Inferno once again. That means that I believe we have seen Inferno in every series going back the last 5. So we'll see if we make that an even 6 as we think about our next series coming up. But for the time being, very excited to see what the University of Idaho is going to open up with here on their map choice. We have a little bit of that classic bomb the door, go down the vents, see what happens. But Frank is ready for it from the Montana side, and you already see the shootout. Unfortunately, if you get caught up there, that almost always means defeat. Idaho trying to recover, but finding those dualies just to be too much, as just Blauman left. Make that no one left from the Idaho team. So I like the individual or the traditional classic strat opening for the Idaho side. Montana creates a great counter to that, an excellent defense. And just like that, the Grizzlies are up on their first round of the series.
Clean opening for Montana. Dooley's again proving to be the best weapon in the game. Outstanding nade. Not Texas Toast's fault. They ended up deflecting off their own teammate. So by no means is that their bad. Blobman looking aggressive outside. P250, your favorite weapon to bring in. Smoke around the corner. 8plant's going to eat a shot to the face in about 6 seconds or so. As soon as they walk straight into mag 7. Ooh. No, Frank has given away their position and instead will back up into the smoke. There's the reason the P250 is probably your favorite weapon. A big pickle is taken care of. However, this boost, not so much. One from Fuzzy Squid, a second as well. The spray there on the third as well. Not relenting whatsoever. Montana almost cleanly take the second round. Fuzzy Squid to the 4K as well.
That was a fantastic play by Fuzzy Squid there. I cannot believe he managed to stay alive long enough even to get the reload down, but he comes out with, I think that was 4K, 3K. An excellent job. Especially, I got really nervous because the teammate ran all the way down onto the B site, which probably the smarter choice, considering that a lot of the times the CTs can get overwhelmed there on that side. But Blahman coming back with a big answer is going to find a big pickle from the open garage. That's going to leave outside mostly open, but they don't get that second smoke down between secrets. So that's going to let the Duck, playing from that outside heaven perspective, finds the first kill on Idaho, and he's going to see the rest of the team trying to make that transfer, and there is no utility to protect them as they go past, so they're just going to have to explicitly rely on this timing and this spacing, and they do. And while all that's going on, CS Sticks made it onto the top of Mini, so they actually end up in an even trade. The Duck did take quite a bit of damage as the teams started to move down, but Montana is now aware of where all of the T side has made it to. So now it's up to Idaho to make their way onto that site and ultimately get that bomb down. And it seems like Duck may not have figured out that all of them made it down to that site. So Idaho is just kind of waiting here for nothing.
Now they should know. As soon as that window's broken, the door should be opened as well. The bomb will be planted shortly thereafter. They'll plant default. This should be a fairly clean hold to start for Idaho. There's the mag 7 dropping straight on top of 8plant. However, you cannot Goomba stomp players in the game of Counter-Strike. Not applied to the source engine, at least not just yet. The Duck's still low, has been given the M4. Fuzzy Squid walking around the MP9 in hand, and Styx is seen but not taken care of. A decent bit of damage. Weedles is the first to fall of the 3 remaining, and Styx will make sure he's the only one to fall of those 3. Idaho will walk away with their first round here on Nuke.
I was excited about that, but also a little confused. I think I didn't expect Idaho to continue trying to force Secret, and I did not expect Montana to literally watch all of those players run down Secret and not rotate players there quickly. So a little bit of an odd round overall, but a good effectively forced round from Idaho there, right? They just kind of shoved it down Montana's throat, came out with the victory. We have seen that Duck playing from that outside heaven position gets quite a bit of utility from that M4, as you can see them able to counter kill for a big pickle who lost once again in that big garage fight. So the Duck doing a really good job at this position, and so far Idaho hasn't really had an answer for them and haven't really had a lot of utility to go through. You can see here struggling to get a foothold after that initial kill on Pickle, and the Montana team is going to just make that an easy, quick clean up. So Idaho got a little bit of a taste of victory, snatched away immediately the next round after from Montana. So I feel like both teams, well, Montana a little bit more than Idaho, but certainly it seems like we could be in for quite a battle.
The only round Montana's lost thus far is that bonus, which on paper is the only round you're technically supposed to lose as a team, assuming, of course, you win the pistol and the conversion round. Bonus is not completely unheard of. Here's the aggression, by the way, from Idaho. Maybe not the most advisable thing to run through Molotovs. It does work out. They do find a 2-for-1 trade, not the end of the world, but the Duck is here, M4 of their own. I think a little bit too much angst from Idaho could cost them. This is certainly a possible round because of how close engagements work with ecos, but I think they're just overcomplicating it a little bit with over-aggression. Another 1-for-1 trade, but this is about all she wrote. Texas Toast will even flank from below. The information I believe is there, but it doesn't matter. Montana making a 4th.
Nice clean round from Montana. A little bit of highlight from the Idaho team to get those 2 kills into the last round, but still a lot of effort to really kind of bring it back. And the most important thing here on this map, especially if they're going to continue to try to push outside as they have, is going to be that utility. They're going to have to make sure that they get both of those smokes down going into secret if they're going to have any chance of attacking that lower site from the outside. And they're going to be able to have to deal with Duck, who's continuing to play in that upper heaven, outside, inside position. And so far, they haven't had.
He just needed his teammate.
I mean, it's a kiss for good luck. Just a little, you know, that's all it is. It's good. See the second smoke down. This one much cleaner, but Frank is going to be here. That's a great molly onto secret. That's going to prevent that from going down. There are not a lot of smokes left on the T side, but instead, they just decide to walk inside and they find that opening kill. I don't think Frank was really expecting that to happen. And this is just an absolute turkey shoot for the Idaho team as they make their win. But I don't think that they're expecting Fuzzy Squid, who is flanked from the trophy room area. But he's going to find that closed squeaky door that's going to save the Idaho team for now. And they see the barrel of the gun. There goes Fuzzy Squid. And now it's just Texas Toast, just looking to make a difference. But whether or not he's going to be able to accomplish that, we'll see.
Certainly possible. Blawman makes sure the possibility does not become a probability, and Idaho walk away with the round victory. Clean round from them as well. I appreciate their switch up. You saw the smoke set up outside. The original intention, I do not believe, was to immediately collapse onto A. But what they did was they instead completely changed their point of view. When that Molotov was thrown towards Secret, Montana was writing off that Secret side. They were saying, we are not defending this anymore, we're also not going to defend outside anymore. So Idaho instead made the transition and tried to take the outside control and then straight in towards lobby as well. Worked out perfectly. They took the round and it worked exactly as intended. Blawman, however, taken care of. Nice flick from Sticks. I think an over flick, but it works nonetheless. Texas Toast hits their scroll wheel, jumps, and still finds a double kill. Clean round thus far for Montana, and I don't see any reason to that stopping, because, well, Duck holds the up. And, well, as our copy pasta in chat just said, if you're wondering who Duck is, for the blind, he is vision. For the hungry, he is the chef. For the thirsty, he's water. If Duck thinks, I agree. If he speaks, I'm listening. If Duck has one fan, it is me. If Duck has no fans, I do not exist.
Big simping for you, buddy.
I
love that play.
I saw it from Jules in Twitch chat. I figured I'd readdress. I thought it was fun.
Well, props to them, and shout out to the Montana fans watching on stream. So far, off to a pretty good start. Just eight plant left on the Idaho team, finding Texas Toast, who has already taken a little bit of damage, but runs directly into a big pickle coming down the A ramp. So Montana is going to put up their 5th round on the CT side of Nuke. Plenty of rounds to go, but so far, Montana seems to have settled to a point where they're able to deal with the variations of Idaho aggression, although it does seem like, as you pointed out, with the adjustment made from Idaho to go from secret to inside, there are some gaps in that defense. So if Idaho can make use of that, I think they're going to have an opportunity to put a couple more rounds up on the board. You can see here they went for the same strat that they attempted on the first round. Texas Toast already made the rotation, but he's not expecting Sticks to be there that quickly, and is quickly shut down. And the Idaho team finding all the kills that they need for this opening aggression.
The lack of due diligence for Montana is costing them a little bit more often than not. Over-aggression in inopportune scenarios gives up a lot of real estate in different conversations. For instance, they gave up Vent. They didn't hear the Vent drop, and then they died to it, they being Texas Toast, because there just was not information for them. And that's the B-site Fallen. There is a fairly clean retake setup with Fuzzy Squid on the site itself. They don't kill Blawman, though, who will get the bomb down without all that much damage done onto them, and they immediately find a headshot out of Fuzzy Squid, shutting them down for that 86 HP of transgressions, and a follow-up onto the Duck, because why the heck not? Or why the Duck not?
That's just gonna leave just Frank alone, and he is smartly going to be just looking for those exits. He's playing up a little bit more aggressively, trying to grab that off, and that's a smart choice. Grab it and get out as fast as you can. He is nearly full health, so it's expected that he'll probably survive that. but CS Sticks may have a difference of opinion on that. We're going to see that Frank finds Sticks as he comes up. So there's going to be a little bit of a consolation for the Montana team. They get an op for their trouble as well as an exit frag. So they're probably not going to be feeling too bad about that. They do remain in the lead by 2 rounds. Idaho found a little bit more of that opening that we were talking about before. They had the ability to get down into it and just caught Montana a little bit off guard. So if they continue with that, I certainly think that they could even the scoreline up.
That would be the time to do it if you're Idaho. Shot across. Oh, Frank, uncharacteristic miss. Second attempt still there. That time they land the shot required onto Frosty Knox. Looking for more as well on the outside. Smoke set up here for Idaho. Double smoking the garage, though, maybe not the most advisable thing if you want to keep your utility later on. Reflash and rehold here for Montana. They're not giving up real estate for free. However, they are giving up real estate nonetheless, and they cannot afford to do so.
Ooh.
Frank understands it and finds another kill. Looking for a third. Well, why the heck not? That's why not. Sticks will find a return inside of the A site.
Oh no!
But not be aware of Big Pickle's
timing.
aggression. I love the call from a Big Pickle to just push straight through that utility. And oh my goodness, Texas
All right.
that as well.
I think what we've seen so far really illustrates just how important it is on this map to be pixel perfect with your utility. Slight missed time on the molly gives that opening for Pickle to get in into the upper rafters, and just that tiniest gap in the smoke outside, it gives them just another off kill. So Idaho has definitely improved since we saw those first rounds, leaving a gigantic gap, but trying to do it all the same. Better here, but still just not quite enough to overcome Frank in that outer garage area, who's found a lot of success with that op. You can see now that they have the money for the molly's coming down, and there's quite a bit of fire in that upper site, and that's going to give the Duck 4 kills in the opening 20 seconds of the round. He's looking for that 5th, but Pickle does not want to give him the ace. So right now it's just a matter of time of who finds 8 plant first and who's able to get that last frag. Very convincing round from Montana so far.
Already out. It finds one.
All right, you see that danger?
I love the sawed off. And it actually recovered a FAMAS, making this a little bit more possible. What's the call here if you're actually trying to clutch this and not me? I think not dying is a pretty good start. The Duck does about 3/4 of HP of damage off. Nade almost kills the Duck as well. The Big Pickle wanted to make sure that the kill was indeed theirs. And 8 plant, I don't even know if they're going to get this bomb down. They will indeed, with all of 4 HP left over and a strong breeze.
Okay.
I mean, the M4 of a Big Pickle will shut him down. But honestly, bomb plant's probably best case scenario there. Even if you find another kill or two, it wasn't really worth it.
Yeah, I think that was the best out of a not great situation. I don't know what they were necessarily anticipating they were going to get with the buy that they had. So you take what you can get out of it. I think if they had gone the other direction, the best thing that they could do, Montana was in pretty hot pursuit. So the goal is, get around a corner, hold an angle, see if you can get a double headshot for the two teams, make it a 1v1, which was possible, but with a FAMAS, obviously a lot harder than with some of the other options. And Frank, once again, just picking people off as they try to push upside, almost gets a collateral there, but both Frosty Knox and Sticks are down on the Idaho side in the opening moments. This was the buy round from Idaho, so not the opening that they were looking for, but the lack of utility is absolutely destroying this team. Frank does not get the opportunity to go for that ace, but he does get the 3K as Duck comes in as the support position. 8 plant sitting on the top of that mini will decide to drop down, but he's got to deal with 3 players from Montana in the immediate vicinity. The Duck cleans it up, and that was another fast round for Montana. Very convincing shutdown of the Idaho aggression to the outside.
Exactly what Montana needed to transition to as well. They had a little bit of problems holding outside earlier on, but they did transition, put a little bit more pressure towards that side, and Idaho, I think, crumpled under the pressure a little bit. That's something they may need to manage on this T side, because by no means is it over. There's still 4 rounds to work with. This round I don't think is going to be the most desirable. Also, I don't like Idaho's buy here. An AK with just everybody else on pistols means your economy is split. Probably not the best idea.
Frank is just doing so much work outside with that op, and he's not getting a lot of help either, really. I mean, like, there's fast rotates coming in when he needs it, but he hasn't really been in a position where since really like round 5-ish, he's seen too much pressure, and that's created a lot of freedom for the rest of the Montana team to run rampant across the rest of these sites and make sure that if they did decide to go inside, as we saw with that one failed attempt, shut down by the Duck, getting the 4K there. They're in really good positions to do that. And Texas Toast, kind of the master of the lower bomb site right now, continuing to shut down anybody that squeaks through, as we saw Idaho making that attempt towards the lower site. If I'm Idaho, I think it's time to start running some fakes towards the outside. We want to give them the opportunity to show a little bit of face out there, but put more pressure inside, because I think Montana, not that they really need to make any adjustments, but I think that they're realizing that that's their preferred habit that they're going towards so far, at least what they're favoring.
Oh, Sticks fully blind, still able to at least find one kill. Flash around the corner, I do believe landed. The Molotov actually only dissipated by the smoke. Possibilities here for Idaho. They need to drop onto B quickly, though. Montana, on the other side, need to do the exact same. There's a rotation coming from lobby, by the way. Duck just casually walked in through trophy and found a kill off the back of it. So there is going to be a full pinch coming through. A big pickle around Decon. You have that setup around big ramp as well. And a big pickle, there's a swing. That should be the kill as well. It comes through just the same. Blawman in a 1 versus 2. On the ramp to the site itself, not on the ramp towards the ramp. The same call out, as you very well know it. And he swings, he'll be caught out, but the swing from behind helps him. Frank does the leg shot, a big pickle drops him, and Montana finds 10.
I really love that adjustment to it. I mean, on both sides of that, the early parts of that round, I like that Idaho made the change up, sticks his aggression through that, gets them that early 2K. The problem is they didn't really have enough to follow up on that. Part of that was their utility was depleted pretty early in the round, and obviously losing that early player to the aggression from the Montana team all the way up through trophy room didn't really help that out. But Idaho, again, 310 score, but not really reflective of what we've seen some of these rounds come out to. But huge props for Montana being on top so far, and and Idaho sticking with it so far, certainly showing that they've got what it takes to come back into it. I think some of it's going to come down to 8-Plan and Weedles being able to step up a little bit more, as they've been pretty quiet so far, but lots of rounds left still for them to try to make a mark on this. But otherwise, Blawman and Sticks really taking kind of the front of the Idaho aggression here, trying to find something out of it. If they can get to 5 rounds, meaning they're going to win the last 2 of this half before they get into the other side, it's going to be not the most comfortable, but certainly better off as they're trying to battle back on the CT side.
Frank almost finds a second. Clean opener at bare minimum. And now we'll have support from the Duck below. And they have no idea on the Idaho side. Finds a first, almost lines up a second. At least does 96 damage onto 8-Plant. Looking for the final kill. He does find it. You got to feel a little bit bad for the Duck, though. That 96-4 moment.
Yeah, you get those days where it just seems impossible to close out a frag. It's been there, done that.
Every day. Every day is that day.
It's rough.
Weedles does have a possibility of holding this down, though. Has the bomb. Decided to go up the vents rather than continue onto the B site because their help was elsewhere. But, again, will have a split push retaking. One from the vent side, the other, of course, Texas Toast up here on Heaven. Trying to at least distract a little bit. It's working fairly well at this point. Lobby currently occupied. Weedles sees one, will find the kill onto them, but that should trigger Texas Toast to hop on that bomb. They'll look to stick it all the way through. This is the correct call, and it may very well work out. It will indeed. Man. Pros don't fake. And the University of Montana will extend their lead to 8.
That was a really great play on both sides of, or on both teams in that particular moment, and literally a split second later, and that goes over to Idaho. So that's exactly what I was talking about, is I was making the comments about how the scoreline isn't really reflective of how close a lot of these rounds have been. So I think, realistically, a little bit of extra luck going towards the Idaho side. We're probably looking at something more like a 9-6 half or a 10-5 maybe at the end. And doing a great job at that. Again, just kind of dealing with some of the lack of utility is really hurt them, even when they've got it. But they do at least find the trade there. Blawman able to trade out for Frank in that early rounds. And so far, advantage to Idaho, but Texas Toast ready to hold on to this bottom bomb site, finds the opening kill as the rest of the Idaho team starts to stream down through Secret. But we still have that lurker in Wheat and Sticks, who is no longer a factor on the board as Duck continues to play from different sides, and Idaho makes the decision that upper is the better option.
Understandably so. The problem is, when you're looking the wrong way, nothing's a better option, and it's down to Blawman in a 1 versus 3. Up in hand, so HP really not a factor. It's one shot or no shot. And the two high HP, or the single high HP player on the other side, is the up of Fuzzy Squid. Here's the aggression from Blawman, finding a first, looking for more, walk straight through. The problem is Texas Toast was indeed behind them. The kill goes Montana's way, as does the half. 12-3, a fairly clean start.
Really rough spot for the University of Idaho to be so far. Anytime you're going to start down with, only 3 rounds coming in from a half, you're obviously, that's a huge mountain that they've got to climb, but they're going to be on the CT side. So if they can open this up and get their opening 2 frags, assuming that Montana doesn't buy back, or even if they do, they shut that down, that could be anywhere from 3 to 5 rounds that they could carry just on momentum. Montana, not interested in waiting around, are going to immediately push in, and unfortunately the Idaho defense there just completely overwhelmed, and a little bit of a misclick from Weedles is going to take out his teammate before they have the opportunity to have the impact on it. Sticks trying his best to even it out, does actually accomplish that. So now it's going to end up in a 2v2 retake attempt with both Frank and a Big Pickle still left alive. The revolver on the side of Idaho could be an interesting X factor here, but we'll have to wait and see.
I like the idea that one shot to the body without armor usually helps a little bit, assuming you hit the right person at the correct distance. But Blawman needs to hit the shots itself. We'll find one onto Frank. 1 versus 2 now for a Big Pickle. They are on the correct side, that being the decon door. The door opens towards a Big Pickle because of how close Sticks is, and the barrel stuff works out. I don't know if he has time, though. He should. He should have it. Blawman ever so down to the wire. We'll find the defuse, and Idaho will win that CT-sided pistol.
That's exactly what they needed to do, and boy, did they do it in proper close fashion. That really came down to the literal wire there, and a huge positive start to Idaho. So they start that immense climb to close the gap between 12 and 4 rounds, but they're going to come off with at least a bit of an advantage. That being said, Montana did get the bomb down, so they are going to just force up into it, and hopefully Idaho knows this and is aware of it. You can see there's a pretty good amount of armaments prepared for it, but it doesn't matter because Montana, being super aggressive, just comes in, takes over the A site completely. A little bit of damage to show for it, but that's it. And they've got extra utility for the post plant, so this is going to be a really difficult retake for Idaho, coming off a really successful first round.
Frosty, the retake, finds 2, but it's down to 17 HP, and really any gun in the game does that amount of damage, minus like Glock, maybe on a Tuesday. And this is not a Glock, nor a Tuesday. Montana are pretty happy with both of those results. Clean re-engagement for them, second round worked out. That bomb plant was all important, and I wasn't going to say this before the series started, but I'll say it now. I got a sneak peek of the University of Montana playbook, and all it was the letter W across the entire Word document. I think I now know why.
Yes. I like the aggression that they're bringing to this. I think that this is showing a little bit more comfort with the map, certainly. And it's giving them the opportunity to just kind of impose their will. And Idaho just playing in a difficult position where they weren't able to capitalize on the counter buy in that second round, so it's going to continue to just put them on the back foot. You can see them, like, obviously they had to settle for less than an ideal loadout for this third round into the second half, but going into the end of round 18, you can see just how much of difference those moments of aggression from Montana have been, why they've been so important. And Idaho had tried to bring a little bit of that to their T side, obviously less successful.
University of Montana looking in a pretty good spot right now. On the other side, Idaho has a Negev, an MP9, and a 5.7, and that's about it. 5.7 will actually find an opening kill because the Duck couldn't tell what zip code they were in, much less the call out of the map at that specific time. Texas Toast very lucky to be alive considering the aggression of Sticks around the red box. They will dump almost all of their utility, and Frank, even re-engaging, will drop down the SMG. One of the 2 notable weapons taken away, but now another picked up.
Yeah, it seems like it could get very difficult very quickly because as Montana starts to make their way towards the lower bomb site, they only have the USP here to really make much of a difference. Sticks is at secret, so like they do have the opportunity to make that transition, and Blawman coming in will have the ability to potentially come in and find. That was even better than I expected. I assumed that they were going to have to wait until the plant started to come in, but you can see that Weedle's still alive with that USP, but there's just a lot of chaos. There's too many angles for them to cover and just not enough there. And just a half a second is the difference between Weedle's picking up that LMG and preventing the bomb going down. So we'll see if the LMG is enough to go up against the M4A1S, and the A4 is kind of difficult, but we've seen weirder stuff happen when machine guns are involved.
Weedles will sub out for an AK. I like this call. They should hear the jump around that ninja position. The problem is, what do? The answer? Run away. No armor, no kit, save over a rifle. University of Idaho will play for the tie. They will give up a 15th round. The University of Montana will have 11 map points to take nuke.
It's looking pretty good for the Grizz. They're doing an excellent job of maintaining safe positions in each of the circumstances that they've been faced with. Coming out of their CT side, where obviously they had quite an advantage, 12-3 is a very comfortable position, and Idaho not able to recapitalize after their opening win. It was pretty close, but they showed that they had it. So now Idaho, literally up against the wire here, has to find 11 match points in order to force overtime, which is a big task, and not something that I believe we have seen anyone accomplish over really the 2 seasons of CS I think that we've had in EGFC. But hey, there's a first time for everything, and I am rooting.
There's an opening. Long retake now required, and Idaho have started off fairly well. This is the beginning they need. They say baby steps, and Idaho have taken their first 2. Whether they start walking or not, and whether they start falling, that, of course, is to be determined. This round should be fairly clean for them. They have good positioning and apparently good aim, with Sticks absolutely doming Texas Toast off the marshmallow. Down to a 2v5. Nice shot from Fuzzy Squid to return. Both teams showing up mechanically. The problem is, can Idaho show up now and for the next 10 rounds?
This is really a matter of playing conservatively, and they did exactly what they needed to. Blawmen kind of feeling out that something might be not as straightforward as just going down into that ramp area. So he does find that second to last kill and the last one. So this is exactly what they needed to do. They need to keep this up. They need to hold conservatively and prevent Montana, who obviously has been playing very aggressively to get the advantage in the early rounds here. Keep that to a minimum. Keep shutting down the aggression, and they're going to put themselves in a much better position overall. It's also worth noting that even if they don't walk away with a map win, the rounds are important in how much of a difference they win or lose by. So if they're able to close this gap even further, then it's going to put them in a much better position, especially if they come back in map 2 on Inferno and do the same thing that Montana has done to them so far. They want to make sure that they've got more than 5 rounds, because once Montana crosses that threshold on Inferno, they will have technically won the series. So everything is super important. So far, things are not going in that direction for Idaho. They've been overwhelmed at the ramp side. Blawman trying to take it back, finds Texas Toast. The rest of the team trying to find their way onto site, but a lot of close plant utility is continuing to hamper those abilities, and the time is clicking down for Idaho to find these opening kills for this retake.
It does not look like there's a possibility. The Duck does find one. Runs out of ammo, so not a second, but I don't think it's really going to matter. Frosty Knox, a 1 versus 3 required. They will only find about 1 point of damage, much less a kill to close out that clutch. Clean finish, exactly what Montana needed. 16-5, exactly how DePaul did up in our first map of the previous series. That is a showing they were looking for.
Yeah, it was a great effort from Montana there. They really made the statement. We talked about how this was a great way to be able to differentiate yourself from the rest of the lower half of the table, as we talked about. Both of these teams new to EGF, still finding their footing, still finding their place on that overall leaderboard. And so far, Montana coming out on top, largely in part due to their aggression, which has paid off very well on the T side, although we didn't have to see too much of that just based on how well they did on the CT side. And otherwise, they're just not taking risk and providing real openings for Idaho. So we'll see if Idaho can make the adjustment going into Inferno. But so far, huge hats off to Montana and the efforts that they're putting in.
A clean start for them on Nuke, of which was not their map selection, so they flexed as required. They did start on the CT side, which helps a little bit, but how dominant they were does not get determined based off side selection. We'll see how dominant they can become on Inferno. That is their own map selection. Idaho have some catching up to do, but Inferno, as we mentioned earlier, if you're talking about a statistical analysis, second most played map in competitive Counter-Strike. This does not count your ranked games, by the way. So, if they're going to come back, now is a pretty good time to do so on a universally played map. It's Inferno when we come back. Map numero dos underway. It's Inferno. Idaho has not selected this one, so Montana will get the T side because the overlay is totally functioning properly. There we go. They will also look to go aggressive. It seems like they're trying to split B through CT. The problem is Styx exists and finds 2 opening kills. Pretty good start here for Idaho's defensive side. They have over-rotated a little bit off that B site, but shouldn't hurt them all too much. 1 kill back, almost a second around the banana side, and wow, Blahman just completely mowing down Texas Toast. Bomb plants there, that may very well end up being all she wrote, but a P250 around the fountain, a dangerous prospect to deal with if you're on this Idaho side. A USP switched out, Duck playing hide and go seek, and it may very well end up working. They get a kill back, looking for a second, we'll find that as well. 8 plant will deny it, and Idaho win this second map pistol. By the way, hi, welcome back to the EGFC. I'm Time to Late Doing alongside Viking. Pistol round done. Pretty good start for Idaho as they pick up exactly where they needed to.
Yeah, that started with Styx, absolutely finding those kills as they tried to rotate through Arch. Montana continuing with that very aggressive stance, said we're just going to run up mid, we're going to run through arches and right into B. And like you mentioned, Idaho did have a little bit of an over rotate. They were all the way down banana before they got the call to rotate back. So a little bit of a slow reaction there. It happens, you know, not the worst thing in the world, as they were obviously able to bring it back. But the Doug actually did a great job there, almost pulled it back for the team on that aggression. And once again, Montana just continuing to mow people down. They don't care. They got the bomb down, so they're just going to continue to buy. And I don't know if Idaho's even ready for this aggression. They do finally get their guns out, and it Styx once again to find that opening kill, followed by Blahman before he goes down. So now it's just Styx trying desperately to get back to the site before he's taken out by Texas Toast. And this is a free bomb site for Montana.
Almost cost him. Almost. 1v3 with the XM 1014 in hand. 8 plant. It's certainly possible for them to clutch this up. Off angle, however, being held. That's courtesy of Frank, by the way. Shot does miss with the Deagle in hand. 8 also has a 5.7 in their back pocket as a secondary weapon. Clutching this one a little easier said than done, though. We'll clear out Church first. This would be the first flagship, especially with a shotgun out. They do hit the 3rd shot. They do say 3rd time's the charm for a reason. But 2 more players, long range. Fuzzy Squid's low, and we'll find the kill as well. Only 7 damage done from about 25 meters means Montana deny the conversion round victory.
Love that crossfire, excuse me, from Montana on that side. Being very careful not to give up any 1v1s, and that's exactly what you need to do against the XM. That certainly has the capacity to be a sniper randomly, just because, you know, shotgun physics in CSGO are as they please. But that's going to put Idaho back on even, and Frank able to get that 3rd round off. I think a little bit unexpected based on Idaho's aggression, frankly, towards mid. Going to give them that opening kill, and we can see Montana slowing things down a little bit, but not by very much. They're putting that utility down towards Arch, and that's going to be the green light to start their aggression towards the site. There isn't a lot on the Idaho team to answer this. Some great utility coming down from the Idaho side, or from the Montana side, as Idaho just tries to get it in, and that Styx, the player of the moment. He's continued to have huge impact, and it's really been the standout player for the Idaho side so far.
As ever, Weedle's 1v4. I didn't even get to finish my preemptive part of the, hey, this is who's in a clutch and what they're up against, before they were no longer in a clutch and were no longer able to be up against anything. Clean finish there from Montana. Basically exactly what they were looking for to make sure that Idaho is forced to fully reinvest here. Blahman with a Nova. So here's the plan. Blahman's probably going to play either around sandbags or that close 90 corner at the top of banana, just to make sure that Montana is within that one-shot range of the sniper, I mean the Nova. And Idaho are probably looking for a few opening picks here, and instead, actually, they play on the close half wall. I like this call. Nice nade.
Ooh, a little bit. Yeah, it was a nice nade. I mean, it's not going to really matter in that one shot with the Nova, so we'll see if they actually continue. But Montana slowing down quite a bit here. Content so far with taking that mid control. It's going to leave them a little bit open where Idaho could push through apps a little bit more aggressively and find maybe somebody, because they don't have any presence in alt mid, but a little bit of a diversion there. Not enough for Blahman to actually get something from that Nova. Just a little bit of damage onto Pickle, but that's not going to be enough to hold on to the site as Montana sets up for that take. They've got full armaments. They've only got 1 smoke and a molly, but a lot of flashes. So that should be enough to make a difference there. And it's hard to say how this is going to play out. But so far, Idaho not really moving to take advantage of what they're expecting to see there.
Gotta love when your computer just exits stage left and Montana take a sight off the back of it. Apologies for that one. Should be fixed now. Hopefully you can drop the frames. It just exited. Yeah. Computer just collapsed there. That was super fun. Texas Toast. Wow, just eliminates Frosty Knox. A follow-up is there, but Styx is just alone. And this will be a save. And honestly, not much that Idaho can do at this point. Montana are proactively taking bomb sites. Styx will find a return kill. There's a little over-aggression here for Montana. They're not made of money, by the way. But it's looking pretty clean on the site takes. They're not allowing Idaho to quickly flex over rotations. Remember back in map number 2 when we were talking about Villanova taking like forever and a day to get onto a site? That really hasn't been the case here for Montana.
That was excellent from Styx there to get great utility out of that. Montana does manage to save over the op, so that's going to be something for them. I'm into that. I'm for it. I support the protect the package kind of efforts there, but Styx, once again, a name that we've talked about a lot from the Idaho side. So far, the single kill leader on their team, as the rest of the Idaho team is kind of struggling to find their opening. I mean, once I think Frosty and Weedles are able to find their first kills, hopefully that kind of opens up some opportunities and confidence for them to hit some more shots. But at the same time, Montana has just brought so much momentum when they make those decisive actions. It's been very difficult to respond to. And Styx just single-handedly getting as much as he can out of that. But right now, he's kind of alone on this site as Montana continues their aggression towards the A site. They are going to lose the duck in apartments there. So Styx able to finally close out what he started. But the rest of the Montana team, again, just content hanging out in mid right now, just looking for any aggression that they can get or to see from the Idaho team, any of those early picks. And you can see Idaho not entirely sure where they need to be putting those individuals, but they did guess right. Montana starts to make that effort towards the banana site, and the rest of the Idaho team is making their way towards that. That being said, Montana doesn't necessarily have to commit if they don't want to, but it looks like they are going to make that choice. And I like the I like the boost. I like when you can see over the smoke and they don't know where you're at, and still up there, still alive. That was a very good smoke.
Kill.
That was an excellent smoke.
Sometimes you miss the CT smoke, but you land the CT smoke. Unfortunate situation now, as Montana now need to play 2v2 on the site itself. A bomb plant basically a requisite for them. Certainly a possibility. Fuzzy Squid trying to bait it through, and it works out. Blawman looks the wrong way. A bomb plant almost a certainty at this point, but Frosty Knox is still alive around CT. There's only 12 seconds left. They have to get this bomb down sooner rather than later. They'll try to do so. Third time they say is indeed the charm, and it will be, but a nice shot from Styx makes it a 1v2. Op out, drops Frosty Knox, making Styx the clutcher once more. Left alone, requires a 3K. Frank looking the wrong way, readjusts, misses his shot, and Styx punishes a 3K for the captain. Idaho bring it back to within 1. Oh, and some teabags for the first shot as well. Adding insult to injury, making sure the crouch key works and everything.
Second round on the board for Idaho is going to close that gap to just 1. Idaho really needed that win to stop Montana from building up too much momentum and creating a similar situation to what we saw from Montana on Nuke, where they were able to build a 12-3 lead in the first half. If they can keep it close here, hopefully, Idaho is going to be able to take over. But as I mentioned at the end of the last map, if Montana crosses 5 rounds, meaning they get 6 wins, that means that technically speaking, they will have won this series. Weedles finding his opening kill with a molly of all things. It's going to put him on the board while the rest of the team still works around and sees what they can do. But a lot of this really has anchored around the individual efforts of Styx. The rest of the team starting to find a little bit of value out of what they've purchased as well.
Idaho is just holding W here. Texas is very well aware of it. Goes skeet shooting, plant shooting, as he drops him out of thin air. Pig Pickle walking forward. That smoke should miss. It goes very far and Frosty able to play in front of it. Lineups do exist, people. You can indeed lock out Coffins every single time with alarmingly amounts of consistency. Frosty Knox still able to play in this position as well because of it. One onto Texas Toast, looking for a second, reloads and backs away, so some space afforded to them. But you're planning out in the open. This should be a free kill. It is indeed, but not before the bomb goes down. The retake, a long one for Styx. Frosty Knox still in the general vicinity, but a 2v2 still as it stands.
It's definitely winnable, but definitely a lot that they have to overcome just to get to that point. And we're almost at the 22nd mark. And Frank with that op, we saw how dangerous he was in the outside garage on Nuke. And this is no exception. He finds the blind shot onto Styx to close it out. The Idaho captain not able to pull out the clutch for his team. And that's going to put Montana up at 4, another one on the board for the Grizz. And Idaho is doing most of the right things. There's a couple minor mistakes here. They probably got a little over aggressive on some of the pushes through the TFs. But overall, I mean, the strategy is probably in their mind. If Montana's going to be this aggressive, we should try to counter aggress and see if we can force them to slow down, to be a little bit more conservative and maybe give us more favorable matchups. So far, not the case. I mean, again, Idaho has managed to find 2. Blawman coming up, making some use out of that deagle, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade. So we're still kind of back at the beginning, and Frank misses that shot, and that's going to maybe signal the CTs coming in there and getting that op away from him. So suddenly, Idaho's got a little bit of an advantage here.
Problem is, the A site very poorly defended. Styx left alone. 1v3 on the site itself has help coming, but he needs to delay and will do so with a decent bit of damage. At a bare minimum, did damage and peppered him up for the damage to be done from main. A big pickle aware of that possibility will retreat to the corners of the site. But a full 3v3, 1 player low on either side, an op available, but a deagle to counter that same fact for this Idaho retake. Blawman up in the apartments should be seen here, finds at least 1, but is left alone. Fuzzy Squid again is still low. A big pickle, however, holding the cross from the site itself. Not a possibility for Blawman. Really nothing you can do there. Montana will re-extend.
Little ray of hope there at the beginning as they found those opening 2 kills, but ultimately not able to overcome the AKs and the great post-plant setup from Montana. That was an excellent take, and ultimately they knew what was happening. They made the adjustment. They planted on site for pit and really just set it up for a situation. If I was the Idaho team, it's kind of a 50-50 shot, right? Either you're able to run for it, make the best out of an eco that you've got and see if you can pick up an extra win, or you try to play over and save over those guns into the next round. They had enough money. They opted for it. This time they are down some counter utility, which is going to make it a difficult position. I don't know if they are aware that Texas Toast is already on the A site. It does not look like Frosty Knox is aware of that presence, but
he's gonna get knifed. He's gonna get knifed. He's so gonna get knifed. He has no idea.
Oh, but he finds 2 before it happens. So that a little bit of a selfish play from Texas Toe there. I mean, if Idaho comes back and wins this round, they are absolutely going to be kicking themselves for not just popping a shot off there very quickly. But so far, not really facing the consequences for that choice.
There we go. Texas probably make up for baiting his teammate, but you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say that'd be a little bit of a conversation after the fact between Pickle the Duck and Texas Toast for letting them die. Although I suppose you could make the counter argument that they should be winning some of those gun battles in mid. Also, either way, this puts Montana up another round, continuing to widen the gap between the 2 score lines. Idaho once again back on that eco round, much less investment than we've seen in the past. A scout on Frosty Knox also has a kit and armor, so very fully invested in that. So that seemed to be a conscious choice. I don't know how much value they're going to be able to get out of it, but they do find at least an opening kill from that USP. Ironically, not the player that made any investment.
Wait, the bomb's down Banana.
Is it? It is.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if Styx can do something with the USP, but against an op, difficult. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know what in the world Fuzzy Squid was doing walking up Banana, basically alone with the bomb, while the rest of the team decided that A was the call, but it doesn't hurt the University of Montana. They're perfectly fine with that one as they walk away with a W. And they continue to extend their lead. The T side looking clean as ever for them. They picked this map for a pretty good reason, considering their current show. And oh, they're gonna go B. It's gonna be like 3 or 4 players from each team. Flash around the corner.
Hey, that was a
Blonde
great
able to
flash.
find a quick kill, but there is a return. A decent bit of damage done. Fuzzy Squid and
A lot of
Blonde,
damage done.
or Fuzzy Squid and
Yeah.
Duck, sorry, have a combined 19 health, but you know they're still happy with that 1-for-1 trade if you're Idaho.
Absolutely. I mean, they got a lot of value out of that flash, and that's we talked about utility as a continuing theme across all of the matches. Not today was one of the biggest challenges that Villanova faced as they were trying to face off against DePaul. Almost a great shot through the plywood there, not quite connecting, but I think somebody was getting a haircut on that shot. But that flash, if they can continue to do stuff like that, I mean, I think that that's going to be an easy switch over to the Idaho side in terms of momentum, but not able to follow up on it so far. But it has forced Montana to slow down a little bit, and that's something.
Fletcher in the corner, re-aggression with it. Vossinax still finds that kill. 1-for-1 trade doesn't help him. How in the world did a big pickle get on the A site? What in the world are we doing here? And are they gonna fake it? What is... Huh? Okay, the bomb
Looks like
does
it.
start to rotate over. I thought they were gonna try and fake A, bait the rotation, and then cut off the rotation and still go B with the bomb. I was so concerned for a second, but that does not end up being the case. What does Idaho do here? Do you save? Do you have an AWP and an M4? Or do you go for it? I vote save because they have no kit and very little utility. It seems like they agree.
That's a really frustrating situation to deal with because you did everything right in the early game. You made a lot of correct decisions. You held on to the site the way that you needed to. And I think what happened on the A site, just kind of based on how things came together, I think 8 Plant was coming off of the balcony and Pickle just happened to like cross in front of Wagon, where like the angle is kind of hard to see people that are running literally right in front of you. And I guess he just wasn't really paying attention because he definitely should have heard those footsteps, but he went without his gun out. And obviously that just worked out really well in Montana's favor. That opened up the entire bomb site and effectively gave them the round.
Been caught off guard can cost you more often than not. Montana 8-2. And this T side already a victory, just a question of how much. Brief reminder to the previous map. It ended 11-4, if I recall correctly, in that first half. Wait, no. Was it 13-2?
13-2.
13-2.
No, 12-3. Sorry, 12-3.
Dead center between the two. I am just that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounded
I was
so
thinking back to
convincing
our
that I was
first
ready
match.
to agree to you.
Yeah. Hey, as long as you're a caster and you
Right.
say something with conviction, you can say whatever you want and you can be correct. For instance, the P90 is a good weapon.
Situationally, I will give you that point. I think the situation that we're dealing with right now.
Conviction.
Yeah, just sell me this pen, Dan. Show me that you can do it. I would buy a P90, maybe.
Well, there's the P90, and it worked out. Apparently, the conviction lies in the eyes of the beholder, or the eyes of those who grow potatoes. And it's looking pretty good for him. 2v3. Montana,
it is. They're in a better position than they've been in, and I think the P90, played a little bit for it. The rest of it, I think, has been Frosty Knox playing from that pit position, doing an excellent job. But it's Fuzzy Squid on the end. He almost finds the double kill.
He's so dead. There's no way
He's gotta be.
He can't reload. He's stuck in the corner. Yeah, he's dead.
Oof. I'm still holding my breath there because I'm just expecting something unfortunate to happen, because just totally to the detriment of the Idaho team, even in situations where it feels like they should be like all but guaranteed to win. Sometimes they just had a really bad run of luck, and so I keeping my fingers crossed for them to find those wins where they're available. They are able to pick that up, so good for them. Idaho is going to be down 3-8. Montana has crossed that threshold, so they have technically won this series, but Idaho is certainly not out of contention for winning this map. We're only 11 rounds in out of potential 30, so we have a lot of game to go, and I think it's not been a convincing development because Idaho hasn't really strung a bunch of rounds together yet. but they have continued to show that they're keeping it close and continuing to have an impact.
I appreciate the setup that you can continuously see from Idaho, where they've filled in a lot of the gaps that they've had in some previous rounds, especially in that previous round. Styx does not see the outline that we do around the banana side. That, by the way, is Fuzzy Squid for all of you curious. Idaho really not giving up all that much, at least not for free. Styx takes a gamble shot. I think actually hit it, considering Fuzzy Squid's now at 21 health. Granted, it was through the wall, so not lethal, but it was hit nonetheless.
Good. Yeah, they're playing a little bit more of a traditional setup in terms of like how you want to try to delay the attacking team as much as possible. And at this point, Montana's still being super quiet. They haven't thrown any utility yet, but Idaho hasn't even cheated someone through arches yet, which makes me a little concerned because even with 2 players on, it can be difficult, especially if you end up in a situation where you just have bad timing on the smoke. That being said, Styx somehow manages to stay alive, but that Molly is going to come down into the Coffin's area. It's going to hold him off and give Frank the opportunity to find that pick onto it. Fuzzy Squid finds the 8 plant very quickly. The Idaho players are dwindling, but the flank from Frosty Knox is going to come in. A missed shot from Frank. Uncharacteristic, but he is able to just spin around 360, kills, or well, I guess 180, kills Weedle. Still has the bomb, notably, and 11 HP. But he decides to turn around and throw the nade, and that ends up being the difference maker. Idaho comes away from something that definitely made me hold my breath. But there's a 4th round on the board. So props to the Idaho team for figuring out what they needed to do to break the momentum of the Montana team. And actually, you know, they did it. They did it.
They have completed the gauntlet, at least mostly. There's still a lot of the gauntlet left to go. Nice nades, 8 plant down to about 55 HP. Doing his best Def impression from DePaul with a Mag 7 in hand. Certainly a possibility. Around the backside of smoke, however, might cost him his life. Instead, cost Blawman his life, and down to just him on this B side. He is immediately shot out of thin air, and the B site has fallen.
A little bit less convincing than we saw the first round, but that spam through the smoke is at least going to net them something. And notably, all of the players on the Idaho squad, save Frank with the AK, are already pretty low. But Frank playing from that boost position is going to find the double. Oh, that's so unfortunate. You just had 2 players accidentally walking in front of each other, and that just makes life that much easier. So now just Styx with the op, and you can already see Texas Toast making the effort back towards Church, and I don't think Styx is ready for that, so he's not going to be turned around. He's not going to have his gun out. Oh, he does. He switches to the AK, finds Texas, but unfortunately, Frank playing from that back box position is going to be able to get that counter frag. So an admirable effort from Idaho, but not quite enough to take out the Montana adjustment from that previous round.
Seems like a game of adjustments, counterplay versus counterplay versus counterplay, and I appreciate the adjustments that both teams are making around one another. This is how a game should continue out. Now, Montana, again, this is their own map pick, so you'd expect them to have the lead, if not win it, especially considering our previous map scoreline. But by no means are they completely dominating. Idaho's still showing signs of life. I'm getting reminiscence of Villanova, where, yeah, DePaul won, but Villanova looked like they should be in that series. Same story seems to be here, except this time it's Texas Toast filling in for Def, who has been finding some absurd shots. Not lethal, however, in his case.
That's a really big point. You have to be able to close out those frags because we've seen that even with just a handful of HP, they can do wonders. And again, Idaho getting aggressive, trying that same approach of flanking through T-spawn. I think they just gave away too much of a sound cue there. So Montana, who have been playing this, like, I have to imagine from the CT side, just the most frustrating thing to deal with because they've been so good at shifting speed, momentum, and direction really consistently and frequently. And as a result of that, Idaho's had a really difficult time figuring out where do we put this player or that player. Can we push somebody through? Can we find these opening picks? And even when they do, Montana's been very good at grouping up and finding kind of the next step in a given round. And that obviously has netted them a map at this point and also the lead so far on Inferno.
And that lead will extend, just how much damage they do so in extending it. University of Montana will reach double digits. It's also a question of how many weapons they save over. Texas Toast a little aggressive with the op in hand. Should not find this kill onto Styx, who is playing safe on top of Ninja. But, I mean, at this point, anything's possible. Final round of the half is up next. And I don't think it's worth it looking at it economically for Montana to go for this kill. Styx will save over a single rifle. Everybody else may be able to buy because of the loss bonuses, but it won't be the healthiest of purchases. Whereas Montana, not everyone can purchase. At least Texas Toast can't, should they die here. So instead, they won't.
Yeah, that's the right move. Although I was a little uncertain about if Texas Toast has gotten far enough away, especially when you're dealing with less than 25 HP. That you can definitely measure, and there's markers that you can look at to know how much damage you're going to do at any given round, depending on whether you've got armor or not. But I still don't trust it. I just want to get as far away as possible and not risk it. But they could have run into the rifle of Styx. Good choice. It is what it is. We're moving on to the next round, and Idaho is looking to put one more round on the board here before the end of the half. And if they can find a fifth, they're going to be in not a terrible position. Frosty Knox forced out from that sandbags position after good kill, great kill actually, for slowing down the momentum that could have been developing. But we see Idaho once again pushing through apartments, and once again they pay for it. Pickle is exactly expecting that. They've done it several times. It's not a surprise for them. So unfortunately, that means that Idaho is going to go back to even strength. And that means they're also down another player at the 8th site. There's only one there left. So we're going to see Frosty Knox frantically trying to make the transfer back over to the A site, but that opening kill from onto Weedle from Texas Toast is going to completely open up that site. That means that Idaho very quickly into this round has changed just a lot. Fuzzy Squid finds a triple kill, including one of his own, leaving just Blobman, but at least in his defense, or his hope, I guess, Fuzzy Squid's only got 3 HP. So assuming that he can find this in the next 10 seconds, get at least 2 of those kills, turn it into a 1v1, it's not impossible. It's probably not probable.
Nope. Not going to happen. Zonic's Law will make a new appearance. 11-4 the score here at the first half. Bell and Montana, they seem much more put together on their aggression.
Yes.
They're playing around team play unless they're not, in which time, well, I think they just happen to be screwing around, i.e. knife kill around arches. Now on the CT side, I don't see a way in which Idaho come back here. I've been pessimistic a few times before. Today's been optimism, but I'm gonna be real. I see Idaho probably picking up a 16-8 or so, but I still think Montana take this fairly handedly.
All right, that's a reasonable prediction. We'll see if the dualies that we can see on a couple players on the Idaho side are there, but Frank finding that opening kill onto Weedle. Finally, maybe the dualies are going to find their appearance. Frosty Knox finding the double kill, but the triple kill has got already onto the Montana side, and you're seeing both the upside and the downside of the dualies so far. Fuzzy Squid in hot pursuit of the Idaho team who have already made it onto site. They're going to start to put down that bomb, and Fuzzy Squid not worrying about going slow whatsoever. It's just going to run through church. He's going to leave that open, and it doesn't matter because he finds the opening kill onto Frosty Knox. The dualies down, and that means both of the players from Idaho that have made it onto the bomb site go down to the pistol of Fuzzy Squid. And once again, Montana finds an opening pistol round. The pistol round for the half and their 12th round of this map. The Montana team looking real good.
Clean finish for them in that round, and the big difference between playing with your normal pistols, i.e. Glocks, USPs, whatever, versus playing with dualies in the pistol round specifically, this is only applicable to that conversation, is you can't buy armor. That's the problem. So 3 or 4 shots from a USP are great. You can put as many shots into an armored USP as you please with dualies, which have a significantly higher fire rate, but it won't do much if you don't have any of your own HP, nor does Blawman, because the P90 exists. Told you it was a good gun. See? Have to say it with conviction. Results will follow.
Second whole kill on the map.
Totally a thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Hey, that's 2 for 2. The 2 times it's been bought, it has found a kill.
I think that means we're at like probably 2-to-1 KD ratio, maybe. It's like a 1.
Clean. Yep. Pretty good. If I do say so myself.
Great spray control there. Yeah. I mean, hey, take it. Squid closes it out with a Mag 7, not getting the opportunity to play around with that in Banana very much, and obviously being pretty aggressive, trying to get something out of it, rushing from the back of mid. So Montana up 13-4. Idaho is going to opt to buy an auto sniper to supplement Deagles. I don't know if that's what I would have selected to do, but it's not my choice. It's not my team. We'll see what they decide to do. They got split a little bit in there. I don't think they were expecting the aggression. Texas Toast, like he said, just not interested in slowing down whatsoever, but it doesn't seem like his position has been communicated for the rest of the team, although Styx is able to take him out. 8plant finds a duck in alt mid. So against most odds, not all odds, they do get the upper hand in terms of the number of players remaining, but they still have to make it onto a site.
Could be a problem. Styx has retrieved that P90 and is using it for their own good. The Mag 7 from up above will fall, and the P90 is a good weapon.
You know, I never doubted. In fact, I was certain that the P90 would be the dominant weapon of this half, and obviously I've been proven right.
Yep.
I will not be taking comments.
Is a good weapon. That's all we have to say. Thank you very much for coming to our TED Talk. Good night, everybody.
Turns out more bullets are better than less bullets. And Blamen, that's a really unfortunate position for Montana to get into there. They're trying to, make that pick from the top of mid. And that's just going to give them another opening. So Idaho, I mean, they're really trying to make sure that your score prediction comes true. I don't know how I feel about 8plant just kind of lurking around with the auto sniper. That makes me a little nervous that they might just give that over to the CTs just inadvertently, creating some of those one-on-one positions. Weedle swings on Pickle there, finds the opening kill. That's good. Montana down to just 2 players. They are continuing to try to make an effort for it. So that's the M4 gone, which is going to force Montana into a safe position unless the Duck can pull out some sort of miracle. But against the 4 players from Idaho, it seems unlikely, but not impossible unless you get caught with the smoke out, in which case impossible is true. For real.
For realsies. I'm sorry.
Realsies.
For
no, I like the
realsies.
direction that this is going quite a bit. Idaho seems to have found that ray of hope and sunshine in them and have so far converted that into 2 additional rounds.
No, don't tell them that there is a light. They will go towards the light and this series will end.
Listen.
Don't talk about rays of sunshine.
I demand.
See what happens? This is why we can't have nice things, Tyler. A 3K from Frank. University of Idaho are sent packing. You mentioned the light, and they go straight towards it.
Yeah. You're right. It was my bad. I'm going to apologize to the Idaho team for my behavior. I think that it's probably my fault.
So, fortunately enough, I'm producing this one, so I also have the mute button. Tyler will not be heard on stream for the rest of the day. It's okay. No, I'm kidding.
They're not dead yet. I will say Styx has got the AK and 8plant's got that auto sniper. They are split up, which I'm less thrilled about at the moment, but Styx does have that AK and reasonable there. I don't know why he made the quick switch there.
Frank is on a 4K with a 5.7. He's now picked up an AK.
That gun is just really good. It's totally worth spending the money on.
Honestly, it's either dualies or 5.7 for me. When I buy in pistol rounds, if I hold W in CT side, I buy dualies. Under any circumstances on T side, I buy dualies. If I plan on just like holding something, I buy a 5.7. He's gonna save the GSG3-1. I don't like this game. He's saving on the T side when they're down by what is about to be 8. He has the bomb, 100 HP and an auto sniper.
Yeah, but he didn't really have a lot of time, and the auto sniper is not exactly an entry weapon, so...
Says you.
Right? We did see how Villanova and DePaul
Internet,
were
the best
able to use
entry
that. Sniper
ever.
I will give you that. I succeed.
See,
that,
I said it with conviction.
This is how it's gonna be, isn't it?
All right. Yeah, it's like that. We still have 2 more games, but it.
Okay. Well, with that save, they were able to not only keep the auto sniper over to it, but they also picked up the op for sticks, and obviously they've seen some utility from that. And Blawman with the AK coming alive is able to find the ducks. That's going to be another gun. Make that 2 off the board for Montana. Look at Blawman with those opening frags doing an excellent job as the entry fragger. Sticks comes in with a follow-up, and that's going to be the trigger for the Idaho team to go towards that A site. Montana a little bit slower on the rotate. They still have control of the site, technically speaking, as Toast finds the Idaho captain.
Oh, no. He finds a follow-up as well with help from Big Pickle, who goes for a second, wasting no time. Fuzzy Squid from behind. Idaho find 2 opening picks, and then do 8 damage for the rest of the round. That was such a clean hold from Montana. The arch side, a full defensive hold from Pickle. You have Texas Toast with a nice kill up and over top using the bike, and then a follow-up towards the balcony. And then, yeah, Fuzzy Squid, mag 7. Enough said.
Very true. Really unfortunate for Idaho there. I think that shows a really stark contrast where Montana on the T side was able to change gears really fluidly. They went from one side to the other. They didn't seem at all perturbed when they lost, 2 people on the opening side, and able to just kind of like choke out any nerves that Idaho might have had and just continue to take advantage of those weaknesses. Idaho, on the other hand, they did everything right there. I think they just maybe moved a little bit too fast without a specific understanding of where everybody was on the map. And I don't know if they were expecting one player to be left on site. And Duck here with the LMG is going to make it real hard to get onto site. So this looks like the end of the road for Idaho.
And I feel like the term getting clotheslined applies no more than what Duck just did. The laser beam with a cleanup there. Quad killer. That accolade goes to Frank, by the way, for all of you who love those accolades. Nice 2 4Ks. We have the trifecta with 2 4Ks to Texas Toast. Fuzzy Squid made almost 2,000 audible footsteps. I didn't know I'd care about that statistic until then. But 64% headshot percentage for the Duck. Pretty clean.
That is pretty clean. I dig it. I mean, the Montana team, they knew what they needed to do coming into this map. Differentiate yourself, get the W. They were able to accomplish that and did it in pretty convincing fashion overall. Idaho still a little bit seemingly in that that building / establishing mode. They had a lot of the right pieces there, especially building around team leader Sticks, who in both of those maps was one of those singular bright spots for the team. And they showed that they could build that in. I think they had a couple moments where either between utility or just one of the players not really able to connect in one of their shots obviously created some difficulties for rounds that they probably should have won. But overall, I mean, like, it was a great series to watch, really enjoyable, and was pleasantly surprised, I think, in a lot of cases where I wasn't really sure what to expect going into the next round. And of course, taking a little bit of credit for the caster curse and creating a little bit of a tougher situation for Idaho, not ultimately living up to your prediction. So I will take that and apologize.
It's okay. We'll move on. An alarming amount of consistency has been shown. The losing team has a range of 5 to 7 rounds in losses thus far today. For all of you wondering about the exact count, that amounts to 64 to 23 total in terms of winners versus losers. The winners thus far, DePaul and Montana. The losers, Villanova and Idaho, both showing very quick comparisons to one another in their matches as well. Good proactivity from Montana, especially here up against Idaho, who did show signs of life, but unfortunately were not able to amount to the pressure that Montana continued to press on. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's an interview with Duck, and then we'll move on to our final match of the day, Marquette and the University of Connecticut. 2-0 for the University of Montana as they drop down the neighboring Idaho in fairly quick succession. 16-5 and then 16-6 between Nuke and Inferno, respectively. In for an interview here is Duck. Duck, after your first matchup win here in the EGFC, how do you feel?
I feel fantastic. We were looking forward to this one because we knew we had a chance to win this one, because the other teams in this division are no slouches themselves. So we were expecting to take a beating from some of the teams, but we were not necessarily expecting to dole out a beating. We were thinking it was going to be a little close, but we're very happy to get our first win on the board.
Well, you made
Yeah.
sure it wasn't close, and you looked really good on Nuke specifically. I wanted to talk about Nuke because it's not a map that everybody plays as often, but you seemed fairly comfortable on it. Talk to me about a little bit of your game plan without, exposing it to the rest of the teams.
Well, I am a very big fan of Nuke. It was when I first got global, I was only spamming Nuke games to
As you
get
should.
global, and so I'm very familiar with the map. We've played it a couple times. I think if they didn't pick it, we were going to pick it as our second map. So we were pretty we were pretty stoked that they picked it, and we got to pick CT side to start on too. So that was a big win for us. Yeah, we had a couple minor kinks with people not knowing exactly what positions to play, but once we got that sorted, we turned into a well-oiled machine and we started bopping heads.
Yeah, I think we noted a couple times, especially your play from the outside heaven area. We noted that Idaho seemed to be favoring outside. They made that kind of early mistake, I think, in round 1 or 2, where they missed the second smoke, and you were just kind of having a field day playing from that. And it was interesting to watch that. And we were talking a lot about how Idaho was making small adjustments, but one of the things that I wanted to ask about in both of those maps, it seemed like you as a team were really rapidly adapting to the moment, especially on Inferno on the T side. I was talking about how trying to put myself on the side of the CT side playing there, how frustrating it would be to get 2 opening kills and then have you regroup and go a completely different direction. Can you talk a little bit about your kind of thought process and mentality, especially on Inferno, as you're kind of going through those round progressions, especially in the rounds where Idaho maybe got an early pick or maybe, set your course a little bit differently than what was originally planned?
Yeah. So I'm really lucky that I'm in game leading kind of. It's kind of really fast and loose. It kind of anything goes. But when anyone says something and they feel like they have a read, we all just go. We don't. There's no but this, that, or the other thing. No, we just go, and we go fast. And that, I think, especially against teams the same skill level as you, is really important. I think our snap decision making was excellent this evening, and we were able to get into a lot of powerful positions based on our reads as a team.
Whoa, an
Yeah,
in-game leader
absolutely.
without an ego? Are you sure you play Counter-Strike?
It's my second game. I'm more of a
That makes sense.
Rocket League person nowadays.
I
And you're
did
doing
like an
so well at
endearing
both.
facial expression, and like I play Rocket League a lot. I don't. Not anymore, at least.
That's unfortunate. It's a good game.
It is.
I'm like champ 2, and I have like 1,800 hours. I play mouse and keyboard, which is kind of gross, but that's okay.
Yeah, there's a mouse and keyboard guy at our school who is grand champion too, and he's my best friend, and he's so sorry. He is awesome, to say the least. I feel very passionately about him. Sorry.
That's fair. Well, now that you brought up the fact that you're also a Rocket League player, can you talk? Obviously, you've got teams that play in both. Can you talk about a little bit of your mentality as a player as you switch between the two of them?
Yeah, I think they're both really heavily team-oriented games, especially at the higher echelons, and you can't just be completely egomaniac and just do whatever you want to do. You have to rely on your teammates to win games, and being able to do that, I think, translates really well between both CS and Rocket League. And I am able to transfer a lot of the communication skills and a lot of the selflessness between the two titles.
Really great mentality. I appreciate that very much.
Well, a final question for you. I'm going to take a step back towards CS. You guys pick up your first win here. You're looking pretty good as you move forward. Of course, not the greatest of showing as a brief introduction, but you're still showing signs of life. Is there something that you're taking away from your previous matches or even this one that you can learn and take forward into your matches for the rest of the season?
Yeah, we haven't done some VOD reviews as a team, but I personally have done a couple VOD reviews, and I've noticed some areas that we can work on and improve on for our future matches against lofty opposition. Also, a few of our people have like barely played CS ever. Fuzzy Squid, he's just my friend that I guilted into being our 5th for CSGO. And he's come in and he's been lights out for his level of skill. I think he has like 150 hours in the game. So
Wow.
yeah, he has
we've heard.
experience in other shooters, but for 150 hours in the game, he's blowing my socks off. And I think we can only get better as a team from here. We this is our first time ever as a school having CS:GO, because previously it was seen as a little bit too violent, but we did Valorant, and Valorant popped off at our school, and so we got the green light to go ahead with CS:GO. So this is our first time out ever as a school playing CS. So it's up and away from here, obviously.
Shout out to other schools. Play Counter-Strike. Please and thank you. We have 7 teams. Play more. Thank you.
Thanks for that PSA,
right.
Dan. Really appreciate it.
Duck, final question for you, as we always do here at the EGFC. Anything you want to shout out, anybody you want to shout out, or any final thoughts on this series, the rest of the EGFC? The floor is all yours.
Yeah, I want to shout out first and foremost my boss, Cass, for letting me play CS:GO. I'm a sophomore. I pestered him all last year and all the beginning of this semester to let me play CS:GO, and he finally caved in. I want to shout out Kate, Kale, and Kate and Kale, because they're awesome and they also help make this program run amazingly smoothly. I want to shout every single one of my teammates: Frank, Hung, Aiden, and I'm missing some. Oh, and Hunter. And they're amazing. I'm so glad that I'm so lucky to play with them. And I want to shout out my girlfriend, Julia, and my 2 parents, and all 3 of my brothers. So I think that's everything. That's a pretty comprehensive list. And I want to shout out Grizz Esports. Woo!
Well, Duck, before you go, we actually have a message from, I'm pretty sure your girlfriend, who was in Twitch chat earlier, saying, quote, who is Duck? For the blind, he is vision. For the hungry, he is the chef. For the thirsty, he is water. If Duck thinks, I agree. If Duck speaks, I'm listening. And if Duck has 1 fan, it is me. If he has no fans, I don't exist. I'm pretty sure that's Julia. It's like Jules something in Twitch.
I could not have put it better myself.
We appreciate the note from Julia, and Duck, thank you very much for coming in for the interview. And again,
yeah, of course, it was a pleasure.
Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
We love him. We love Duck.
Absolutely.
That was a great interview. Well, I said the pre-show because he said he's like the intern there for their broadcasting department. It better be one of the better interviews, and I can confidently say that was. Migs is a very tall task to beat in the interview, but I think Duck may have him beat. So Migs, this is your shout out. Win the next game, come in for an interview, top him, because why not? Tyler, before we move on to a break in our final series, any final thoughts on this one?
Love to see the game. Love that mentality that Doug shared about the program. Shout out to Idaho for obviously being a really entertaining match. And I'm very much so looking forward to closing out the series with another great one. We'll see how it goes. But I can't wait to get that started.
Well, not counting our series already played today, it is the number 2 versus the number 3 team coming into this. I could be wrong. I don't have my standings from a previous week because I was not here. Either way, 2 of the top 4 teams taking on one another in our final match of the day. It's the University of Connecticut taking on Marquette University. We'll see you in a little bit for that final match. Welcome back to the EGFC CSGO. This is week 12 of action here in the EGF. I'm Time Light. Joined alongside me is Viking. Viking, it's Marquette and UConn for our final series. Probably one of the closest matchups we'll have for a little while. What are your thoughts about this one?
Should be. I know that we're playing down a couple players on Marquette, so a little bit of not probably the truest competition we'd seen between the two of them, and that could be really scary for them because UConn has been on absolute fire over the last several weeks. They have come in and just absolutely dominated the majority of the competition that they have run into. The only real challenge that they have come up against, as you would expect, has been against DePaul. And even those were pretty close. When they faced off DePaul in week 9, it was 16-3 and 16-11. So comparatively speaking, with DePaul, that's probably the closest that anybody's got to taking them down recently. And otherwise, they've had not a lot of real resistance put up against them. So they're a team that has been building. They've been coming in hot. Marquette, on the other hand, has been struggling a little bit. And with a couple subs, I imagine that they're going to have a more difficult time than normal. But we have a couple players that we haven't really seen much before. We haven't seen Audience in a while. We have not seen Ajax, and we have not seen Oxygen more than I think maybe once over the course of the season. So it's really interesting to see what the team chemistry will bring as Marquette opens up with that straight B rush.
And JL with the opener. Follow-up from Loverman. It is a 2-for-1 trade overall, but it seems to be an inconsequential one traded back. DeSovo on 2 HP. Not going to change all that much. UConn will win the pistol fairly cleanly at that. CJax, the new face on the block. Everybody else, I believe, has been seen at least once in a recent history. And a brief note about this series. UConn and Marquette are playing in order, Mirage and Inferno, for the, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,349th time in the EGFC. These two maps will be played. Talk about consistency. Well, UConn have brought out the most 2 consistently played maps in the competitive pool. Ty looking for some consistent shots onto Noggins and has found at least one onto Oxygen and a follow-up onto Audines. UConn in 2 rounds has let all of about a minute transpire and 2 kills given over to Marquette.
I think that's a great way for Marquette to kind of establish a baseline for themselves. I mean, they came out into that first round and, it's a pretty standard take. There's nothing particularly special about it. I think just kind of expecting the fact that they haven't played together as much as their normal starting lineup would. I wouldn't anticipate them getting particularly fancy. That being said, they do still have Alter with the op. And on the other side, DeSovo, we saw last week and several weeks before, is pretty dang dangerous. But J-Lu has really been the standout fragger for the UConn team over the last couple of matches. So we're continuing to see the team evolve and develop. And Marquette here at this time, it's, again, really hard to predict. We don't know how the team is going to play together necessarily. A little bit of a rough start, but I think they've got, plenty of rounds to deal with still. And I know that some of those Marquette players are particularly scary and certainly capable of going toe-to-toe with UConn. And here they are with a 1-person advantage from that early off shot on to DeSovo from Alter. They've made some of their way towards the B apartments, but didn't really get a good feel from it, it sounds like, or feels like anyways. So they've made their way back, and UConn really hasn't reacted at all. They're still in the exact same positions they started in.
I believe a good adjective to describe UConn right now is Bing chillin'. They don't really care what's going on right now. 1, 2, 3, the last one on the A site is left alone at this point and is smoked.
Ooh.
Off now, but before is smoked with an AK shot to the face. 1, 2, 3 now taken care of. And at this point, bomb plant from Marquette. They do have weapon advantage, so this is to be expected for them. But the way they're doing so is just ever so clean. 2 players left alive, and a pincer maneuver established around towards the B side means Loverman really can't even go anywhere to hide. And Marquette will ever so cleanly take their first round.
Yeah, really nice. Just walk out on the site. Simple frag. Nothing particularly fancy like we were expecting, but a great call to transfer from the B site over to the A site. And you can see Loverman just trying to sit in that share position, looking for anything that he can get out of it while trying to maintain that FAMAS into the next round. But a great answer from Marquette, able to bring them to 2-1 in the opening rounds of this first map. So we'll see if they can continue to build up that momentum. But I know that UConn, once they get building, it can be very difficult to stop them. So they still really have to not just take the message that they just sent of like, hey, you know, we can compete too, but they really have to put their foot down and make sure that they continue that to keep UConn from just running away with it.
It's at least that one start. And the problem for UConn is with 1-2-3 and DeSovo dying in the first 2 rounds, 1-2-3 couldn't build up that economy and is stuck on just a Deagle this time around. Follow-up from Alter will finish what he started. Tie-in taken care of, and the opening kill goes the way of Marquette. Really exactly what they were looking for here in our first real gun round. Frud down to just 13 health. A short breeze will blow them over, and Marquette need to be a little careful with their, well, one of their riflers low-ish. And now one of them also domed, not ish.
We talked about how 1-2-3 was only able to get that deagle, but that was all they really needed. Nice nade onto Audience, and Alter is going to chip away at that health, going to make life a little bit easier for DeSovo, who's currently on that scout. 1-2-3, kind of forgotten about, playing from that under position. Is going to find 3 headshot deags, maybe a 4th almost. And this round that could have very easily been Marquette's, given the difference in equipment really swings back literally just on 1-2-3's deagle there. That was an excellent play from the UConn squad.
Perfect setup as well from UConn. The bait worked near perfection. They had that scout set up from DeSovo around the bench position, and you saw a 1-2-3 find the opening kill from Ninja and then immediately reposition, not allowing Marquette to flex that, because you saw Marquette look towards bench and then look immediately back towards Ninja, but he wasn't there anymore. Nice shot from Alter. DeSovo taken care of. He had an ult, by the way, and still lost that fight because, well, Deagles are just better. So, 1-for-1 trade, but honestly, Marquette really win that trade because of just pure weaponry taken away, especially with that follow-up kill. And Fred should never lose this fight, and doesn't. Really good start to this round for Marquette.
That's exactly the answer that we wanted to look for. It was a repeat of their 3rd round into this, and that's really what we're kind of expecting to see, more of the back and forth. And again, both of these teams have players that are capable of making not just good plays, but huge plays. And I think that that's something that's really notable. And the 1-2-3 once again coming in with just a huge impact of the 1, the 2, and the 3 kill, leaving just Audience from the Marquette squad. And that's the bomb down on site. But I don't think that 1-2-3 is expecting Audience to come through Market. So he's gotten into apartments, which is going to give him a little bit of an advantage when that happens. But what do you think he's thinking right now?
At this point, he's fully clear.
Where is this man?
He knows one of 2 things. It's either A, catwalk, or B, Market. He'll clear catwalk first, but he's actually holding it from the apartments position towards the bench side. A 1v4 for 1-2-3. Seems like a change of name is in order as he lines him up and knocks him down. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 4th round for UConn.
Wow. I talked about J-Lu, but I'm knocking him off the shelf like a cat, knocking a cup over, and 1-2-3 is my new favorite pick. That was an incredible 2 rounds from him. First with the 3K with the Deagle, and then the 4K with the M4, single-handedly saving that round for UConn. I cannot believe that performance.
You know what? He is just a gooder player. That's all there is to it. UConn find a 4th round. In no way, shape, or form should he ever win that fight, by the way. Any of those fights. Maybe the first one, sure, but after that, you're really pushing it. 1-2-3 drops the smoke in front of them. That should be the red flag to know somebody's under Palace, and that obviously was not noted by this attacking side. Alter finds a follow-up. So there is a follow-up op shot, and 1-2-3 is actually playing around this smoke to near perfection as well. Finds a 2nd kill, looking for a 3rd. DeSovo steals that possibility away, but 1-2-3's not done. 7 kills in 2 rounds, and it's down to a 1v1. Your previous favorite player is now left alone in this 1v1. M4 in hand, swings off the bomb plant, will shut it down. UConn win back-to-back rounds off of heroics from 1-2-3 once more. No op saved over, though, from Jalen.
Really just continuing with that convincing presence and play from all of the individual folks on the squad for UConn and Marquette. We knew that they were going to have some struggles coming into it, but I think the real issue is kind of themselves at this point, right? I mean, most of those rounds that they've lost with the 1st and 2nd side have really just been a result of not being able to close out what they had. That being said, they're coming back here with the Deagles, and they do find a nice refrag on it, but there's 2 frags already onto the UConn side, so they're really trying to this battle of attrition, but they do pick up that M4, so that's going to give them a little bit more comfort as they go into it. I don't know if they're going to be expecting that player on stairs, but all the entirety of the remaining UConn squad is already there, so a little bit of challenge in the target prioritization there might spell the end of the Marquette squad.
Not much they could do here either. Deagles, I mean, headshots are a possibility, but lining those up, easier said than done, obviously, unless you're 1, 2, 3, of course, because, you know, he's he. He's him, actually. Himothy, Himi Neutron, you get the point. 6-1, UConn, really looking good. And I think the conversation around Marquette, you're missing 2 things. Number 1, your IGL, because Miggs is not here. Unfortunately, had to work. And number 2, your ability to coordinate / just frag out, straight up frags. Those 2 things really a detriment in first-person shooters. When you're missing your organizational structure and some of your ability to frag out, you just will not be able to find continuous rounds. They found the denial of the bonus round, and that is it.
I don't think all hope is lost for Marquette by any means, though. You did make a couple great points there in terms of what they're dealing with, just, you know, as you kind of chalk up the adversity that you have to overcome to find it. But I don't think that they're in a position where it's impassable to do so. They are probably looking at a couple of situations where they're going to have to maybe simplify things a little bit. You know, it's kind of like playing with your backup quarterback in football. And if they can do that, then they can do a pretty great job. But that 1, 2, 3, once again, just absolutely decimating the Marquette squad. I mean, you look at him already. He's already almost at 20 kills. We're only at 8 rounds into this game. The rest of his team struggling to break 5. So the singular impact of 1, 2, 3 cannot be overstated at this point in the game. So I think one of the first things that Marquette's going to have to deal with in their long list of priorities of adjustments is figure out where 1, 2, 3 is and either avoid it or prepare to just eliminate him as quickly as possible.
At this point, I think I'm going to double down on your equation to a football team and say, instead of it being just your quarterback you're missing, you're kind of missing your offensive coordinator, your star quarterback, and then your star running back all at the same time. Because your play calling takes a detriment, your play leading takes a detriment, and then some of your fragging ability does as well. That's a big problem for, well, really any team if you look at it, and I think Marquette is no different. C Jackson a 1v4 here. Has a flank coming through from the back of Apps, has a flank coming through from the front of Apps, and J. Lou finds one of the easier kills of their collegiate career. UConn find 8.
I remain hopeful, but it is looking pretty stark in terms of the climb that Marquette has to make here. I know we talked a lot about how competitive these teams should be on paper, taking into account obviously all the things that we've already discussed. And so I'd like to kind of change gears a little bit and talk about what Marquette can do with the tools that they have right now. We've seen that Alter obviously can still deliver the same way that he always does with that op. The problem is Marquette really hasn't had an opportunity to string together anything to build an economy to provide him with that op, and that's been obviously to the detriment of the Marquette squad. And you can see that UConn's feeling ever more confident, especially once you know that they're on pistols, and that's given them the opportunity to push into mid in this way. So I think a couple of the things that they need to address: get Alter an op immediately, play it as best support as you possibly can to keep him alive and create some of those openings. And then otherwise, we've seen some pretty bright moments from Audience and Oxygen already in different moments, although obviously kind of struggling to make an impact just because of how dominant UConn has been so far. But they're certainly in a position to do so. They can manage just a couple of those items. That would be great. A little bit of a missed flash there, or I guess a smoke that was meant for stairs. But, you know, it happens. We've all been there.
Oh, CJ's nice shot to open things up onto DeSovo. Marquette at least have now an argument to this round. The problem is they're walking straight to a stack. All 4 of the Huskies are here. 1, 2, 3, most notably under Palace, and Ty finds the opener of those 2. Frud's in a 1v4. If I say X is in a 1v4 again for Marquette, I don't think it's really boding well for them, especially when there's still a minute left in the round. Yeah, you have an op, sure, not really an entry weapon, as you indicated in our previous map, and I'd be remiss to say I didn't like their chances.
Especially with a minute left. I mean, obviously, I don't think at this point he's really thinking about this as like, I'm going to win the round. But I do think it's important that he saves that op over to give them the best chance to get into the next 1 or 2 rounds at least, and try to build something meaningful from that. It's difficult to figure that out. You can see that UConn's sort of cautiously hunting. They don't want to give up too much because like their money's in pretty good shape, but there's no reason for them to give away anything that they don't need to, especially being aware that he's got an op. So taking those challenges, not the best advice, but again, we're looking at 1, 2, 3 with almost 10K. Loverman and DeSovo both over 7. So they're not really under a lot of pressure, and that's another thing that Marquette inevitably has to deal with as those challenges continue to stack up. And unfortunately, Loverman runs into Frud, grabs the op, and that's going to be one less expense that needs to be dealt with on the UConn side. Marquette takes the timeout wisely. I think there's not a lot of rounds left in this half, only 4. So they really have to think about what sort of approach they're going to bring into this. And it's also a good time to take a breather and think about what's going to happen on the CT side. It's certainly not a foregone conclusion, the last couple of rounds left. But it's a whole package. You gotta play the whole game.
It ain't over. I love this old adage. It's a baseball adage for all of you who don't play it. No, maybe not the most politically correct thing, has been phased out a little bit, but the term goes, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. However, she is warming up in the bullpen. And I think at this point, Marquette want to make sure that the reliever is not called in just yet. Slowing things down. And again, this is a series in which, on paper, they probably should not be winning. With the full team, maybe it's a conversation, especially with Miggs at the helm, yes. But right now, they're playing up against a top 3 team in the EGFC, of whom has their entire starting roster here. And they have some subs. 3, if I've done my math correctly. Not the most desirable of positions for them to be in. So, calling a timeout and limiting the damage. That's what they need to do. Damage limitation, because you're probably not going to win either of these 2 maps. But, as you indicated not yesterday, in our previous map, with Idaho, every round counts. When tiebreakers come to a foregone conclusion, those rounds that you got in a series in which you did not have any more than 2 of your starters are still going to matter just as much as the maps you got when you had your entire starting roster.
You're absolutely correct. And if you're paying attention at home, and if you're not a super fan of Marquette, you'll notice that 2 players that they're missing, other than Miggs, which has already been mentioned, is Just Rich and Ace. Both of them have been really important to them over certainly this split, but across the season in general. These are some of their backups, but I mean, certainly by no means incapable. And I think we've seen those couple of moments, but it is really difficult when UConn has just gotten into the pocket. They're really feeling confident about how they're approaching not just the strategy, but also the fights. They're not acting as if they have any fear of losing, which is really difficult. And a lot of that, as we've talked about before, is at the helm of 1, 2, 3. The man's already at 24 kills before the half even finishes. So the confidence that he must be feeling is incredible.
Guy has more kills in a game than I routinely do in a single full best of 3. And I don't think he's really stopping. DeSovo, nice shot across, will drop CJax. 1v2 now for Alter. But Mr. Loverman has the op long range and a full body in his crosshairs. UConn make it 11. And a fairly quick round victory. The big caveat, Marquette looked fairly good in that round. They knew what they wanted to do. They had the utility to do so. Gun skill, sure. The problem was UConn had a much quicker rotation than I think Marquette was expecting, and that's what cost them.
Yeah, absolutely. So they have to kind of encapsulate that effort and then continue to build on it. It obviously wasn't sufficient for them to get through and get the win, but they have at least some semblance of what's there. Oxygen gets a nice opening kill on DeSovo, who got aggressive in mid. Those Deagles doing a lot of work, and the same thing with the double team coming out of A ramp is going to give them an opening onto A ramp, and that AK is not going to be enough to take on the single shot from the op from stairs. That's going to hold up the Marquette offense just a little bit, but those Deagles continuing to just rain absolute chaos down onto the UConn team. With that being said, they get those kills, and CJax taking the bomb, running all the way to B, as seems that Frud has communicated to the team that he's on the site. He's got it. They don't need to go. And look at Alter just continuing to absolutely tear apart the UConn team that was 3 kills onto him with just the deagle, and now he's got an op.
That should be the end of the round as well. J-Lu switches out for the AK. Should save this. Their position known as they've been heard courtesy of Alter in the vents. At this point, you take your AK and run for the hills. However, I'm not J-Lu, and understandably so. First kill will be found at a Frud. Flanked from behind, though, Alt with the op. We'll find the kill. Marquette find their second. After the timeout, first round, not as successful, but still did damage. Follow-up, bomb plant, full site take, and full hold. Very well done for Marquette.
If they can continue that, they're going to see a lot of continued success, and I'm here for it. That's exactly what we wanted to see. It's what we talked about, and they're doing a great job of executing on that. So hopefully we continue to see that momentum build. Certainly they want to try to get at least one more round on that. It's not going to be great. Obviously, you don't want to deal with a 12-3 scoreline in any situation, but the more rounds they can get here, the better position they're going to be as they switch over to the CT side. UConn's still pretty dangerous, and can still do quite a bit on that T side, so they certainly cannot really take a breath. They've got to continue to stay focused and execute to the same level they did. And as expected, a lot of that came really on Alter's back there, or on his shoulders.
Alter put the team on his back. 15 kills, by the way. Only one above 6 for the team. And almost dead, actually. Decent bit of damage done. Not enough to write home about. Nade, however, may be notable. Goes a little bit too far and doesn't even do a single point of damage. It's a stalemate at this point. Marquette really don't know what they want to do, stacking up outside of B, but the rest of the team currently occupies A main, top mid, and the backside of apartments. UConn, just chilling. 3 players around towards the B side, one of them towards Cat, with 2 others towards Connector and CT, respectively. J-Lu has seen a gun barrel, J-Lu has seen a head, and then has removed said head from the rest of the body it previously occupied. Audience does find a return, but not enough to write home about. It is, again, Marquette playing catch-up, and they're not finding enough. I say that as Audience casually finds a 3K and brings it to a 2v2. Another trade is there. Frud and Oxygen, however, both low. Against an op, it may not matter, but there's only 12 seconds left. Frud will aggress straight through the site, now down to 8 seconds. He's to grab the bomb and plant it, and does not have enough time to do so successfully, but DeSovo ran too far away. Instead goes towards vents, allows Frud to back away, but he's so low, it may not matter. 22 HP, all that's left over, and DeSovo almost certainly knows it as they switch over to the M4. The drop-off of Tetris may become his undoing. It does indeed.
Oh, no.
DeSovo shuts him down. UConn find a 12th.
That's a deep sigh for me. Just I think we always have a tendency to look for, how can we root for the underdogs in any given situation. And it's weird to think of Marquette as the underdog, but they've had difficulties, just kind of keeping their full squad together for scheduling reasons. And as a result of that, I think they've dropped some maps over the last couple of weeks that they wouldn't normally have done. And I don't know what the reality of this map would have been in a different circumstance, but their team's doing admirably for everything that we've talked about. And I think that they, having found some of that success and how close, especially that last round was, I mean, they certainly have the benefit of something potentially coming out of that. So they need to take this 15th round. They need to win it. They need to get to 12-3, and then they need to go over into the CT side and just absolutely ball out on the pistol run. But Mr. Loverman, not interested in letting that happen, is going to take Frud, who rushes out of the smoke completely blind. Really difficult and unpleasant situation to be in, but Marquette seems to have committed to the A site, which might be an unfortunate choice because it looks like UConn has decided that that's where they're going to put up their defenses and invest the most into it.
Audience just casually walks forward, finds a first, almost finds a second, but doesn't expect 1, 2, 3, playing back-to-back with DeSovo. Alter finds a return, but it may not matter with Ty up on this palace balcony. Oxygen in a 1 versus 3. 50 seconds left, does find a first onto 1, 2, 3. Looking for a second, almost finds it, but moves before they shoot. And that may cost him, but Ty runs out of ammo, is down to the USP. There's a gun at his feet, and he is still alive. Oxygen finds another. Runs out of ammo because the op nerf, only 5 bullets per magazine, by the way. But J-Lu will find an easy shot. Adding insult to injury, Oxygen was only on like 3 HP anyway. Headshot does an extra 90 or so.
It's a great last effort, though. Definitely something to note. And again, I mean, like the mechanics of these players are not in a situation where there's like such a distinct problem. I think that a lot of it comes to those early rounds of 1, 2, 3, like uh, inhuman, just absolutely decimating to anybody at any level of play. When you get hit that many rounds in a row where he's pulling off multiple 3 and 4Ks, like that's going to be tough to kind of build confidence back into. And then, you know, the rest of the game, they've had kind of that early back and forth. Audience playing from ticket here, getting an impressive 2 headshots to open it up, and somehow still survives with 8 HP. The Red Yukon team is now flooding onto the site. They do have control of it. They do that classic smart move of taking control towards the CT side, but not completely. So Alter able to find J-Lu as he crosses over in front of his teammate, but Desovo sneaking through the smoke as Ty finds another one. This is quite the shootout between these two teams.
Ty's on 1 HP, and Alter finds the kill. What a finish there for Marquette. They will win their CT-sided pistol. To understate the obvious, that's basically exactly what they needed. Because you lose the pistol, you basically lose the game. Valiant effort there from Tyan and honestly J-Lu as well, but Desovo was on 100 HP, swung from Firebox, J-Lu swung from the close corner of CT, and as Audines was shooting at Firebox, J-Lu walked right into it.
Got to keep doing it. If they can continue with that, then, you know, it's going to be a great match, and we'll see Marquette come back with a lot of rounds in it. Wasting no time, they go for the M4s and the upgraded equipment, but so does Yukon, and those AKs are very, very dangerous. And the side, as you can see, 2 kills already going over to the Huskies side, while Marquette tries to stabilize and really find something from it. I don't think they were expecting 1, 2, 3 to have already gotten up into the window. I didn't even hear him on the observer cam. And so Yukon's in a great position, and there's a lot for these 2 Marquette players to still do.
We'll walk on to A. Seems like a pincer maneuver is being set up. Information there. Shot is as well. Desovo finds the kill and should be able to find a bomb plant as well. Really wherever they please at this point. Brud has gone for the catwalk around towards Market. We'll try to go either through the vent or to CT. Seems to be the former of the two. Either way, Desovo's going to be able to find the kill, and will do so from that CT position. Yukon make it 14. Marquette also are broke. They bought, they lost their money, no more.
They did what they had to do in terms of the economic decisions there. They didn't have the opportunity to execute fully, obviously, from the results front, and that's going to hurt them. So you can see that they're continuing to just go all in because, you know, like what else do you have really? You see deagles and upgraded pistols across the board. A lot of efforts towards that mid position, but Yukon, well prepared for that, already has folks up at the top of it. Not just the second player in Desovo, but a third with Ty and 1, 2, 3 already on the site. This is not long for this world on Alter, despite their best efforts. So this is a situation where they've been able to get some damage, but at this point, damage doesn't matter. They need the rounds.
They need a lot of them. 12, to be specific, in that order. All in chronological order, as a matter of fact. Extra rifle bought up. Yukon, I don't think, will really care at this point. 12 attempts at map point for Yukon. It's basically match point at this point. I don't think Marquette is going to be able to win a second map 16-2. So, you know, a little easier said than done to bring things back. Loverman walking straight forward onto A. But it's just a clean finish here for Yukon as a whole. Alter, really the last line of defense. He gets one tapped. Loverman drops him, and Yukon take Mirage.
Sort of an unexpected scoreline, I think, relative to what we talked about on paper, being aware of the circumstances that Marquette were facing. I think we expected a little bit more overall, but I believe that just because Yukon started off on the CT side, again, 1, 2, 3 just had some insane rounds that would tilt anybody. So it's difficult with a team that's still kind of learning that chemistry together to deal with so many layers of adversity and then come out with a heavy amount of success. So great game to Yukon. They did exactly what they needed to do. They continue to prove why they are in the position that they are in the standings. And Marquette still, I mean, they've got a chance to recover. I mean, again, probably unlikely that they're going to win this next map 16-2, But if they can pull out a map win, I think that that's a huge victory. And honestly, even just making it obviously a lot closer than we just saw is something to take away as at least a moral victory.
Given the fact that we're going to Inferno, this should be a little bit of a closer matchup. Utility's a little less of a requisite on Inferno to at least continuously push forward success. Combine that alongside the fact that Marquette starts on the CT side. I think a good and healthy scoreline for them would be 16-9. I, again, do not think this is going to be a map win for them. 16-8, 16-9 would be a pretty good showing considering the circumstances. That's what they're looking for. That should be the litmus test of what this roster can do. We'll find out what it can do when we come back from the break for our final matchup of the night. UConn take map 1, and in a very, very quick fashion. Marquette are playing from behind and with a few subs as well. The benefit, this is Inferno. This is looking really good for them to at least show something in this series. I'm time late, still joined alongside me is Viking. And Tyler, final map of the night. Any expectations apart from what was our normality in our previous map?
Well, I think that we've seen a lot of Inferno, so I think it's gonna be a lot of those keys that we've talked about a couple times already. I mean, we saw with Villanova and DePaul, the difference maker was really about utility and being able to stave off some of that aggression. With Idaho and Montana, it was a lot of the same. Montana was super aggressive. Idaho was able to bring it back in a couple of those rounds, but ultimately it was still pretty difficult. So I think the same is probably going to be true here. Marquette, obviously, as you talked about, playing from behind, playing, through a whole bunch of layers of diversity, as we've already talked about. But they've got Alter. They have had some great moments from some of the stand-in players, and of course, they still have a couple of their initial starters standing. So if they can pull off like a stout defense here at the beginning, they do get to start off on the CT side. They can set the tone. They can get a bunch of rounds on the board, and if they can shut down 1-2-3, who's been on absolute fire so far tonight, I think they've got a good shot of, at the worst, putting up a good showing. At the best, maybe even managing a map win.
If I was to ask you how well you think some of the players on Marquette did in that previous, or on UConn did, sorry, in the previous match, nice shot, by the way, Oxygen, what would you say? Do you have any guesses as to who top fragged, who had the most kills, how many?
I mean, 1-2-3 had at least 29, so definitely him. And then after that, J-Lu and probably DeSovo.
Well, we'll cover that in just a second. Just everybody think to yourself, play your own game of trivia. I'll tell you after the round ends. J-Lu, speaking of which, finds the follow-up onto CJax. Alter trying to return. USP in hand up against a P250. Not the most desirable of trades, but certainly possible. Alter finds him through the wall. Pistol headshot through the wall. Those don't usually happen, at least not in terms of lethality. Return from 1-2-3, though. That's exactly why he, I'll give you a hint, was top of the tables in the previous map, and that will follow up as to exactly why UConn has done so well thus far this season. 1-2-3, by the way, you were correct. 29 kills exactly, 10 deaths. Next closest was Alter on Marquette with 22. And then DeSovo, Tyen, Mr. Loverman, and Audines with 19, 14, 14, and 14, respectively. J-Lu was actually at the bottom of the table over on UConn at 9 and 10.
Really?
Yep.
All right.
He had
well,
like
I
two
guess
really good rounds and wasn't able to do much the rest of the game because CT side for them was very short-lived.
And you just had 1-2-3 everywhere all the time. But as we say that, J-Lu finds the opening frag onto Audines, pushing into that T-apps, and you can see UConn just slowly taking space up towards that top mid, and that's the second kill onto their side. While on the other side, it doesn't really matter what progress is being made because UConn is getting to both sides. CJax trying to hold down the A side, does find a kill, was going to look for the second one, but ultimately falls to 1-2-3, that name that we've said so many times, and it's just down to Oxygen, who's hanging out by coffins. And with a kit, full armor, and a deagle, I think that it's probably best that he just hangs out and doesn't try for it, but UConn's got other plans for him.
Clean kill. Clean finish for UConn. I have a sneaking feeling, however, that Marquette can show something here. One thing I'm not a fan of is them buying a little bit in that previous round, because it could have been around here for them to shut down whatever bonus UConn had. Not the case. Look at their buy. It, let me guess, doesn't exist. It is P250s plural across the board with a single 5.7, a single smoke, and a single set of just Kevlar up against 3 AKs, an MP5 SD, and an MP9.
Yeah, I mean, my bias definitely would say you want to group up with those P250s and try to get the most value out of that late buy that you got. But, they'll take what they can get. The 5.7 with, weirdly, without the armor, does that effort. Loverman, after getting an assist from the teammate, comes in, gets that knife on a Fred. That's going to be a nice bonus in the bank for them. The rest of the Marquette squad finally making that rotation in is going to have a rough time with that approach. They had no utility. They lost the weapon that they were able to pick up from it, leaving just Alter with that P250. quick end of the round from Mr. Loverman, and a little bit more love spread around across the Huskies team than we saw earlier in the game in the previous map.
It's a
But
really good
off to-
thing that UConn left the bomb at the bottom of mid. A really good thing that Marquette didn't have something to go in that round, because UConn just casually left the bomb at the bottom of mid and forgot about it.
Yeah, a little bit of less cash there, except for the knife, but you know, it'll balance out in the end. So Marquette does be able to buy up there, but it's not going to be enough. DeSovo already finds Alter at the top of mid, so that early peak, that aggression that they were trying to establish, just immediately shut down. And UConn not really feeling much resistance as they just continue to march onto either site, completely unabated.
And that's the Alper, by the way, for Alter. Not the greatest of showings. However, UConn still down by 2 because of a little over-aggression in through mid. This can be turned back for UConn. Marquette fairly split, a 2-2 split between the two sides. CJax playing Cubby. Flash over, it's actually a smoke towards Moto. The spray misses mostly, but he still finds at least 1 kill for his troubles. The bomb will be retrieved, and JLu will shut down anything further. Again, they leave the bomb, because 1-2-3 walked right around it, but it still will be a bomb plant for UConn.
Kind of a tough retake situation for Marquette. I mean, they're dealing with 2 players. One, obviously, that we've already talked about ad nauseum, the skill and the impact that he had on that previous map. And JLu, one that has in previous weeks been that player that 1-2-3 is. So both Oxygen and Frud certainly in a winnable situation, but they're going to have to come into this and find an early pick and do that confidently. And if they can't, this is just going to be a 4th round on the board for UConn.
Perfect post plant setup as well. Nice spray, actually does a decent bit of damage onto 1-2-3 through the wall, but not lethal enough to write home about. UConn, that setup was really clean because of how it was baited between the 2 players. If either of them take the opening engagement, the other player will swing from the opposite side and it'll be covered by the teammate. That is the perfect essence of a crossfire without actually having a cross between your 2 lines of sight. UConn play it to perfection. Marquette are in shambles.
But not out. I think that's worth saying. They've just had a couple different challenges, and they're doing the best that they can. They did have a little bit of an odd buy here. I maybe would have just said, you know, like, we know what kind of momentum that we're facing. Perhaps it's better to go for the full buy, but I say that, and they've been doing pretty well in the pistol rounds. I mean, like, they're not winning, obviously, but they are getting some value out of it. And Alter, double shot with that scout makes a big difference. So, you know, we were talking about how difficult this round could be, and this maybe they'll turn it around. I'm certainly hesitant to make any predictions because we've seen how it could go both ways very quickly.
A possibility. They have chosen the correct site. Only 2 players currently reside on the B side of the map. Big note for UConn is, can they clear him without losing any more players? Nice Molotov. It forces Oxygen out, but Oxygen is just able to find 2 players on the back of it. DeSovo finds a single refrag, but Frud, off the bait of Oxygen, will find the follow-up and the finisher. Marquette find their first a little later than I think they would have liked. Bonus round probably would have been the time to do so, but better late than never.
Agreed. That's really important to break up the momentum a little bit of UConn and to make sure that they don't get too far away. We saw obviously the impact of what happens if you don't do that on the previous map. So that's got to be weighing on Marquette as they continue to make decisions going into the early parts of these rounds. You can see they're being a little bit more aggressive here, a little bit unexpected, I think, on the Marquette side, and it's going to net them 1 kill. But I don't think that CJack was expecting anyone to have pushed into apartments, and he's going to lose his life for that miscalculation. So now Marquette and UConn both at 4 players make that 4-on-3. They just keep trading back and forth. It's just an absolute slaughterhouse on both sides of it. But Marquette so far on the upside of it, and DeSovo is all the way back in T-spawn with the bomb. Doesn't really have much of a choice, and now has to make the decision of, do you just go hang out in T apartments and see if you can survive the round? Or do you try to push into where you expect the rest of the teams may be and see if you can 1v3 it?
So, you know, I got to feel a little bit bad for UConn. They are playing the bring the bomb with you on Impossible, and it's just, they're just never bringing the bomb with them. That is the 3rd or 4th time in 6 rounds that they've just left it somewhere. This time a little bit more detrimental than rounds previous. AK out. Looking for at least an opening pick. Does not obviously come through. DeSovo needs to find an opener and give himself a little bit more space to work with, but that smoke actually helps him a little bit. He's seen by all Deans. He's got a damage done. That should spell the end of the round. No way 19 HP clutches a 1v3. Certainly still a possibility with headshots being a thing. Not gonna happen though. Oxygen will body shut him away, and Marquette will win their second.
I like that Marquette is taking advantage of the different spam spots on A site. I always forget about the one that's in front of the box that we just saw. I'm trying to spam through the top mid, and I always forget that you can spam through wall in that that cubby area with an AK. For a long time, I thought it was just an op that could make that penetration, but apparently not the case, as we saw a couple rounds ago. So thanks to Marquette for just a little bit more information on what's going through there. And the op versus the scout, and it often comes down to timing, and the attempt to recover that is going to go poorly as Fred's caught out. Not a lot that he can do facing down Tech 9s and Deagles, so that is going to be an aggression from UConn on a save.
They left the bomb again.
The site. They did leave the bomb, but I don't know how much of a reprieve that's going to be from the only remaining player of Audine's, other than allowing him to pick up that AK. But otherwise, not a lot he's going to be able to do, especially as Ty finds him on the flank into CT. That's a heartbreaker for Marquette there.
He's just going from bad to worse here for Marquette. Nice op shots from Loverman. That'll be a clean way to open up rounds. Their snipers are actually entry weapons. I don't care what you say, Tyler. Scar 20, GSG.
I mean, I don't know about the auto sniper. I'm not ready to give it that classification, but I will say that there definitely is a place for the op, especially with the way that we've seen Alter play it. That's pretty common. DeSovo certainly capable of that as well, as we've seen them starting to play into those different roles. But Loverman's been the designated operator today and has done a great job of it.
What?
T-Jack playing in that boiler position. I mean, he's been pretty good at least getting an opening frag. So maintaining that 1-for-1 is, you know, you're aiming for something that's a little bit more leverage, but not terrible. And a missed shot. All right.
We need to have a conversation with teams that CT smoke lineups exist from 7 different places in Banana. So you, too, can not get shot from CT while trying to walk across safely. Finally, a CT smoke actually correctly lands, but by no means will that save them from that reprieve of aggression. Tyan takes a decent bit of damage, but still finds a kill. Barbecue is where 1-2-3 currently lies. That nade may actually hurt 1-2-3. Surprisingly does not. It actually kills Alter. 1v2 for Audine's, and the 2 players combine for 2 apiece in the 2v4. UConn walk away with their 6, masterfully held in the crossfire, also checking their own flanks. Clean as ever.
Still a lot of Counter-Strike to go, and this makes me very excited to go boot up the game later. And hopefully, after a pretty competitive game, Marquette, again, those little bits of life. I mean, we're seeing the players that we talked about before having an impact. You know, Fred obviously getting the opening frag there. CJax getting the opening frag on the previous. They're doing a lot of good things up front. Their closing out has been the main challenge, and that's why they remain only at 2 out of the 8 rounds that have been played. UConn once again just continuing to assert their dominance as they push onto the site. This is no different, and just Fred and Oxygen are left. Oxygen, I think, probably saves the armor in Deagle if they can, but UConn's in a position where if they really wanted to, they could hunt. They certainly have the numbers advantage, but also not a ton of money in the bank, so don't want to get overly aggressive. They don't need to. And I should say the same thing for Marquette. But there goes that Deagle and armor.
Wait, Fred's left alone in a 1v4. I just want to say 1v4.
Were you? I was gonna say, were you expecting a different outcome? Maybe.
No.
He could have. He did get that opening DK shot. He get another one.
Could actually find 4 more. Certainly a possibility, albeit not highly probable, but possibility nonetheless. You have to feel a little bit bad. Because, again, it's Marquette not playing with the starting roster. And their CT side, it's similar to that of a T side. You still have to have very specific roles that you can play around. And when you're thrown off a little bit, maybe Alter not as used to playing hold W, try and find as many opening picks as possible, because that's an hour role. that'll hurt him in other completions of similar roles. CJAX taken care of. J-Lu gets their return, or defending at least. Nice shot from DeSovo, dropping oxygen off the fountain as well. That may very well end up being the B site falling. Frud does find a single return, and then is taken care of. 2v4.
It's really difficult when you have the confidence of UConn just walking into those sites to put up a lot of defense, and especially because we just continued to see that Marquette's never quite where they want to be in terms of positioning or their utility, and we can see that they've just made some kind of minor errors in some cases, or they're just losing some of the fights that they've run into, and that becomes really difficult to contend with, especially UConn's just operating at such a high level right now in terms of their confidence and ability to do so, and they're trying their best. You can see that Alter here, please run the other way. Audience, no, buddy.
What?
Okay, well, sometimes you just get excited. And
No, it was a strategic play from Audience to bait 1-2-3, so they had less economy on the UConn side. That's totally what happened, because 1-2-3 died to the Bob as well. It was calculated. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, I will then also.
It happened. We'll move on. Swing into mid. Up shot from Alter. Follow up, flash up top. Nice shot on the tie. Double readjustment just to make sure they were indeed between the crosshairs. And CJAX now looking for a follow-up out the boiler door. Loverman will retrieve the bomb sooner rather than later, I hope, and actually does. So UConn gonna have to make a decision. Correct decision as of right now is B, by the way, but never an easy choice to make. Oh, that's such a perfect Molotov. J-Luke will find a free kill here. Easily done. Well set up from UConn. Oh!
Shot. But Oxygen holding it down. I mean, he's keeping it equal. And at the same time, UConn on the other side of the map, just kind of playing an aggressive, not really a lurk, but holding on to it as if it were a bodyguard for the site. The bomb still just hanging out at the top of mid, waiting for some backup, and now the walls are starting to close in on Oxygen. He remains in church, and I don't know if he's going to expect that, but it doesn't matter because he finds J-Lu as he runs in. So now UConn in a 2v2 situation that was previously unlikely is winnable, but Loverman still has that op, and that's enough to take out Audience. So now it's just Oxygen trying to kind of trapped in that church position. Not a lot that he can do with that when both of the UConn players are aware of where he is. He can only hope for that 1v1, not going to be given to him, and DeSovo ends the round, another round over to UConn. So 9-2 in favor of UConn is going to continue to make that climb even harder for the Marquette squad, but not impossible. We're still only in the first half.
Tyler.
Yes, that's my name. It's also Ty's name.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, though that's their name in Discord at least, so I'd assume
True.
so. Not many people just have the name Ty. I don't know.
It's a pretty great name.
Nice swing. 2 for 1, 3 for 1 actually, as you add that alongside the mid frag. J-Lu another towards the back of apartment stairs. And Tyler, you'll never believe the situation we're in. It is, drum roll please, a 1v4. Yay! We can make it a drinking game, actually.
I don't know what you're talking about. We are a family-friendly stream.
Families that are above the age of 21, hopefully.
Uh-huh.
Or 18 if
We'll
you
see.
allow Canadian universities in.
That is a factually correct statement in certain circumstances. But for the time being, we remain firmly in the U.S. with our Wisconsin team in Marquette and our Connecticut school and UConn. And UConn continues to really just have every advantage. And at this point, they've built up a pretty good bank. So even if Marquette is able to take another round off of them, it doesn't really put them in any real advantage from an economic perspective. The ability to buy it back immediately, but Oxygen playing again as the anchor for that B site, is finding just so many kills with that Deagle. Almost finds a third before finally just a retreat from UConn. But I don't like the repeat from the Marquette squad at that top, that Arches position. It just seems unnecessary, and I do not know how some of these B players are staying alive.
Magic and walls and leg shots. Combine those and you have whatever. How is J. Lou alive? What? Guy's jumping for joy at oranges, and he still lives to a deagle that was dropping him low. Whatever. 1-2-3 looking for a follow-up. He's on 10 HP. The entirety of Marquette has, well, 117. UConn has one extra player, but is still only on 49 health. As a team, by the way, in this 2v3. Mr. Loverman, that smoke should dissipate in the next few seconds. Doesn't even have to. Alter takes a few pot shots to the smoke and is immediately punished for their transgressions of obscurity. Audience, no shot at this one, has no kit, has no time. I don't even know if they will have their life at the end of this one because the bomb may explode a little bit too quickly. They should make it out alive because they have 100 HP, and they will, albeit barely. UConn make it 11.
They sure do. And the hope that we had from Marquette's kind of slowly fading away, which is a tough spot to be in no matter how you look at it. But they're not out of it yet. There are still plenty of rounds left in this game if Marquette can turn this around. So they just really need to find those last 2 rounds. And if you can get 4, you know, that's a situation where 4+1 can do something for them. Words, math, all comes together. Alter does find that opening kill, which is a bit of a bright spot for them. So they just got to continue to do that. No problem.
Possibilities still here for Marquette. Ops are out, plural. Oxygen, nice kill through the smoke, should bait them in as well. They'll walk straight by, not clear the top side, and Audine's, even while mostly blind, will still find the kill. It is a 1v5, and UConn is on the one side. Marquette win another, and UConn, wow, just get dusted. They should really improve.
It's really coming down, as you can see from the scoreboard, and the performances from both Oxygen and Alter. Both of them singularly on an individual basis, the two of them as a duo, performing incredibly well. You can see there's quite a bit of a gap between them and the other 3 teammates, which I think has just been them getting those opening kills, creating, you know, as much havoc as possible. And Oxygen has been excellent on that B site, putting down as much damage as possible early in the rounds, but hasn't been enough. An Alter from the option, oh my goodness, takes out 1-2-3 with the op, but stays just a little too long, gets a little too greedy, and that's going to put his team at a disadvantage because not only are they now 4-4, they're down an op, and that op was on Alter.
Wing swing across. UConn have a lot of ground to work with, but a nice swing. And that's the bomb. Oh my goodness, UConn. It's a really good thing you guys aren't running backs because you drop the rock more often than most of the Ravens team. Oh my goodness.
Ouch. Oh, we're so close to each other. Oh, that's tough.
I think Ty's still going to fight, though. Not before Oxygen gets the kill and Audine's finds the return. That's what you deserve, dropping the bomb. I don't get upset at teams like that, unless it's Def on DePaul doing whatever the heck he was doing in the first series. But your opper should not have the bomb, nor should you be leaving it in spawn / at the bottom of mid on that consistent of a basis. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Well, you know, it's a strategy.
Not a good
yeah, I mean, you leave the adjectives off of it. It's a thing, one way or the other.
This is
So
one of the games of all time.
It sure is. They certainly are playing the game of Counter-Strike Go. Marquette able to close out the half with a victory. Now going to switch over to the T side. They do hear the dualies, and they've opted for just straight Kevlar and pistols. But their presence is going to allow the UConn team to start rotating off of it. They are still in apps. They did find one kill, which has been good, but they are going to have to take a lot of these fights at a distance. So they really need to get in there and do that. Well, I mean, better. But it's tough when you've got that rotation from UConn. And again, those distances, UConn's just not missing shots. And obviously, the Glock versus the USP at distance is not impossible, but definitely not favorable for the T side. So I like the effort. I like the simpler. Yeah, I was hoping for it. I do like that they simplified it, that they kept it to a position where it's just like, no big deal. But I like that in the way that it's going.
A shot
For you,
onto Mr. Loverman does all of 16 damage. That's a deagle, by the way, doing 16 damage because Counter-Strike. Jump out of apartments. Tied finds one. Looking for a second. Does run out of ammo, so there is a return. Almost a double, but JLU does find the return just the same. And 1, 2, 3 from the bottom of mid. Mag 7 from a distance does indeed do 31 damage to the head. Because, yeah. Welcome to Counter-Strike, I suppose. C. Jackson, a 1 versus 4. Finds a first, retrieves a flashbang, and is able to reload. The problem is they're being collapsed upon, and 1, 2, 3 finds a double with their Mag 7. The return on investment is there. The UConn Business School flourishing as ever, and a 13th round now picked up just the same.
You can see that UConn's starting to settle into that comfort, right? And they're getting very aggressive as a result of that, so that confidence just continues to build. And for good reason. I mean, they haven't really been in a situation so far where Marquette's been able to string together consistent stops. And Loverman, with that scout there, just continuing to find the people lining up for it. And unfortunately, Marquette just continues giving them the options to do so. So there's no reason for UConn to stop this aggression. They just continue to push straight down mid, and they're not really interested in giving Marquette any chance at all.
On today's episode of Positions Not to Be In, when you're up against a sniper that specializes in long-range engagements, long angles of attack. Thank you again for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow for more angles you should not occupy. Or, if you're looking for more EGFC action, we'll see you tomorrow for League of Legends. Hashtag.
Hey.
C-Jax shuts down 1, 2, 3. No more Swag 7 for you. Mr. Loverman, however, not saying the same for him. Looking for a follow-up. It's JLU to steal it away. And UConn with a 14th. Marquette University, this is a do-or-die round. They lose this, they lose the game. If they win it, then they're probably looking at like 16-7, 16-8, which I said was a pretty good litmus test for them. So, win this round.
Yeah, you definitely give credit to Marquette for, despite everything, still showing up. And again, we've talked about every game that we've played, certainly in the end has had some difficult score lines for different teams, but it's not like we've had any games that didn't have at least pretty competitive rounds for the most part. Save a couple of the obvious ones that you'd expect on ecos and whatnot, but I've been pretty content with the performances of the teams, and I think we talk about all these at full strength going as hard as they can. I think a lot of these games are a lot closer in terms of their end scores.
Marquette's opening pick here gives them an opportunity to set things up. The question is, where do they go? A site would obviously be the wrong decision. There's 3 of 4 players there for UConn. However, Marquette's still setting up 3 of their 5 players on this side. B side, sure, but you're running into a funnel, and that can very easily cut down your what was a man advantage. Now, really a standstill. Not many options. Not really any clear options, at least. And again, utilities really just shutting them out.
It's eerily quiet and uncharacteristically so for this late in the round, and Ty able to find that is going to slow down the momentum just slightly. But
P90!
It's going to be enough to Sovo. There's just so many bullets.
What?
Sometimes that's what you need.
Okay. There we go. P90 is a better weapon. In every single weapon it has been used, it has found at least 1 kill. More often than not, actually, it has found more than just 1 kill. P90 is a good weapon in the game of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, he says with conviction, knowing he's full of crap. UConn find match and series point to close it out 2-0. Marquette are looking to just win rounds at this point. They have AKs, they have a single scout. It's certainly a possibility, especially with that pick. Mr. Loverman, the VIP is taken care of. A follow-up onto Ty. They do not want to stop there. The A site has fallen. Add that to Olympus. I think it's Olympus Has Fallen and London Has Fallen. Those are the 2 movies. With Gerard Butler.
One too. Yeah. And Plane. Still in theaters, I think.
Actually, I want to see that. I haven't seen it yet.
Do you? Are you sure?
I don't know. I like Gerard Butler.
That's fair. I can't judge you for that. It's just a feel-good action movie where you don't have to watch, like 10 or 15 prequel movies to know what's going on. So it's a suspiciously small amounts of actual plane in it, though.
It's. I mean, Olympus wasn't in Olympus Has Fallen. Granted, it was a pseudonym for the White House, but.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, this is a little bit more plain. It's just like, hey, plane. All right. I
Appreciate
think
the
I get
review.
concept.
Red is on 1
Great.
HP.
That's all you need. 1 HP at a resolve to win. So Marquette, 5th round, staving off the end of the game by at least a couple more minutes. And they're going to get another shot at the apple here. This is just a continuous kind of theme from the night where we've had teams that have found just little gasps of air at the end, which has given them the ability to close the gap just a tiny bit, a couple rounds at the end there before an ultimate or absolute loss. So we'll see if Marquette can buck the trend a little bit. I mean, 10 rounds is hard, not impossible, but yeah. There you go.
Monster drops Mr. Loverman, and again the VIP has fallen. Top fragger thus far, by the way, for UConn, at least on this map specifically. Oxygen on towards tie brings it right back to even, but honestly, look at that HP margin on
better
Marquette.
than even, buddy.
Sorry, I found the opposing sided kill. I know how to read team names. DeSovo kills Oxygen. CJX is still low, and that was a really good nade that dropped him fairly low, but it's not going to matter. DeSovo's in a 1 versus 4. And again, 1v4s, but this one's a little bit more likely. Dropping CJX first. Audience is low, but has an op. If you're going to go, now's a pretty good time to do it.
I like how things are developing for Marquette here. I mean, I wish that they had obviously started this a lot earlier because it's a lot harder when you're dealing with match point, but it's given Alter specifically kind of more permission to just frag out. And you can see Oxygen continuing that effort that he started coming from the B side when they were on the CT side and continuing to be able to capitalize on, just the mechanics and the opportunities that he's been given. So if they can continue to, basically just do what they've been doing, then, it's interesting to see or think how far they might be able to go.
They're already in the positive. I'm saying 15-6 is pretty good, especially considering how this map started. The T side can really just grow from here. DeSovo saved over the op. That's really all she wrote for the UConn buy. I see 2 Deagles. No, I see 1 Deagle and 3 5.7s alongside the op and USP. Armor makes it a possibility, but this is really just not looking great, and Ty is the first one to fall, just doubling down on that conclusion. Obviously still possible here for UConn, but DeSovo and JL left alone. But there's a flank. Hold the phone. JLu is sitting inside of apartments. Is going to walk up and behind them. The sound cue of DeSovo walking straight through is not found on the kill. DeSovo finds that frag and can now walk forward. There's a flank on them as well. The spray does not come through, but still there is that flank to worry about. Oxygen behind him. The spray lands, but don't forget about JLu, who finds the frag on the altar. The smoke outside, the smoke on the bomb itself, and this is a full bait. JLu baits him in the open. And if UConn were going to win any round, that would be the one to do it. 16-6. They walk into the round with a Deagle, 3 5.7s, and an up. They walk out of it with an AK, a round win, and a map win as well. Wow.
That's the backbreaker for sure. I mean, they're obviously in a difficult position already, but that was what a fashion to win it. You said it exactly. That was something that we see it. We probably weren't necessarily expecting it, but of course, it's a very UConn thing to do. So congratulations to them. And congratulations to Marquette for putting up a pretty great performance, all things considered. And I think that, all in, it was a pretty entertaining series of Counter-Strike.
Yep. And unfortunately, we just got word from Mr. Loverman. The team does have to exit stage left, so there will be no interview for this one. So before we send things away, Tyler, any final thoughts, especially on this week of play? Because, well, the games themselves on paper were not close. The maximum anybody found was 7 rounds up against the team that beat them. The rounds themselves seemed fairly close in particular, and especially with signs of life throughout, Marquette especially later on in Inferno, especially Idaho as well against Montana, and Villanova against DePaul looked pretty good from time to time. What are your takes on today?
Yeah, I think that what we've shown so far, anyways, is that the teams that it started with us this spring and the teams that have been with us since the fall have all made steady progression in their performances. And that continues to show week to week. So I think by the time we get to playoffs, there'll be a bit of a break between the end of this season and week 17 and league championships. And all these teams are going to have a shot at the end of it. It really just comes down to seeding and what they're doing right now. So as they get to that end, they're going to have plenty of time to rethink that. We can see potentially, obviously, a lot of opportunity, a lot of potential for teams like Montana, like RIT, that have been in kind of that mid to lower parts of the table. Idaho coming up behind those. So I think overall, I mean, none of these teams are in a position where I would write off any of them. It's not like just because they haven't won a map, they haven't shown that potential, that determination to put those results down. So I'm really excited to see what the next 5 weeks bring to us, and certainly what happens in the championships later in April.
Well, a fairly short day in terms of maps thus far in CSGO, but EGFC is not done for today. If you want to go up to your URL bar and add a 2 or a 3, you can head over to the B or C streams, technically the main and B streams for Valorant. Twitch.tv/officialEGF2 has Idaho and Marquette right now on Ascent, and Twitch.tv/officialEGF3 has University of Tennessee at Knoxville versus UConn on the new map of Lotus. If you are Valorant fans, go ahead and head over there before they cut off for the night, but we are going to do exactly that. That's all for us. DePaul win 2-0 over Villanova, Montana the 2-0 win over Idaho, and you just saw the UConn 2-0 victory over a Marquette team that, in all fairness, did not have all their starters, but still showed signs of life from time to time. That's all we've got for you. I'm off for the next 2 weeks. Tyler and I believe Nerds Corner will be taking you through those two before I come back for the final 2 weeks of the EGFC CSGO Season 4 season. Those are words. We'll see you next week.